Okay, I think we're back. Let me check. Let me go back here. I think we're going back online. Hold it. Part two. Yeah. Okay, we're back up. Part two is live. And I'll go back and check all the observations, but just making sure everything's working good. There we go. Good. And Twitch is up. I don't know. Hopefully Facebook is up. There it is. It's back. All right. Good. Hey, we got all the way to the point where our streaming where we pushed it 12 hours, and now we got another 12 hours. Well, not 12 hours, but now we're in part two. I'm curious about something real fast. Okay, previous stream. Large amount of views, so definitely tell everyone to come on back. Let's try to get another 1,000 likes. Let's see if we can do that. But we went roughly 12 hours, and now we're in a new one. So hopefully this, yeah, so this one is still thinking it's live. It's not. That has to get fixed. Eventually, YouTube will catch on. But if there's anyone in the other YouTube chat, let them know that to come back into this one. Okay? So it should be, is this? Okay, good. So YouTube is live here. Good. So yeah, let everyone know. Let's try to get another 1,000 likes. Let's do it. We're seeing Sleet and Freehold right now. Definitely. Okay, so let's see if we could do that again. We're climbing the ranks, and we're jumping back up to coverage. So we should see a rapid jump pretty soon. So sorry about that, but we're back in streaming. So good. All right, so let's go back and just check this. Yep. You know what happened is that I pushed the stream to over 12 hours, and the stream was like, no, which is weird. Never had that before. So, but it looks like everything's up and running now. So first we're going to cover the observations, and then we'll start climbing back on our feed and getting everyone back and rolling. But if anyone is still on the other feed, definitely let them know that we switched over to part two, especially on YouTube and all those other areas. So let me just, let's see here. 1 second. Let me just do this real fast. To part two of the live coverage. New stream. There we go. So I let them know. And we'll see how fast we can get everyone to come back. But I do apologize for that. Nothing you can really do, right? So let's see. Let's go back to our observations. All right. So, and then we'll start answering all the questions, and we'll go from there. But hey, these things happen. It's fine. Everything's okay. Gave me a heart attack there for a second. Let's see, we have a lot of observations to go, so let's roll right through this, and away we go. And we're seeing a lot of sleet and snow going back and forth Well, the number of people jumping on is rising rapidly, though. We're up to 500 already, so we're getting there. So we're climbing. That's good. So just let everyone know, and we'll go from there, right? Right. All right, so 10 inches of snow in Farmingdale. So we already know that. So we were talking about this right here with the correlation here and the snow band. Okay, and what I think is happening is that we're starting to see the stall here because I think that the low pressure systems are starting to make that shift. Okay, so we're starting to see that really start to take hold and change. And I think that is what we're seeing here in this evolution. So again, back to snow and sleet, back and forth throughout all of the I-95 corridor. I'm going to close that out here. 10 inches in Yonkers as of 2 p.m. It's been snow and sleet back and forth. Let's see, 17 degrees and a little over 9 inches in Staten Island. 8 inches in East. Oh, okay, that's in Long Island. Okay, heavy sleet and snow now. 10 inches in Port Jefferson. When the snow started this morning here in Westchester County, it was 5 degrees. At 3 p.m., it's snowing heavy at 7 degrees. Single digits in the middle of the day, a major snowstorm. Approaching 10 inches. At 3 p.m., 32, 33 with wet sleet still falling in Atlantic City. Still close to plain, it's getting close to plain rain. Yeah, I think Atlantic City eventually you will turn over to rain. Sorry, guys. I feel really bad about the crash. But I do appreciate everyone starting to come back. I really do. We're climbing. Hey, we're steadily rising. We're only 7 minutes in. We're already jumping over 700. So that's good. Keep on climbing. Okay. Let's see. Temperature 9 degrees. Okay, it's looking about 7 inches in Voorhees. There are 8 inches plus in northern New Jersey. Thoughts? It's possible. Again, we're snowing all the way till midnight. I could see that happening. There's a reason why I went up to 20 inches. Let's see here. So that's everything on X. And again, we're seeing people come back. So sleet becoming less pronounced now in Union. So we're seeing that mix again. Nice. And let's see here. Freezing rain now in Queens. I see much lighter precipitation. So we're seeing all that take shape here. And let me roll this back here. Okay, and on YouTube, coming down now is kind of a lull. Snow, so they're getting really pounded here in Long Island. We'll jump to these observations. We finally got sleet here on Long Island, mixed with moderate to heavy snowfall. So again, we're seeing our shifting back and forth. We're at 31 in Millville, so we're getting there. Okay, I really like this. I'm still concerned about here, but I love seeing this in Millville. Keep on pushing. Let's see here. Someone is not believing these changes back to snow. Okay, Jim, you don't have to believe anything. You can believe whatever you want. We got 7 inches of snow, some blowing, drifting. So we're getting we're climbing back up on our, and we're approaching, we're over 850 now, so we're climbing. All ice in Monmouth County. 16 degrees with heavy sleet. And Twitch, we're back. Hello to the people that came back. I really appreciate it. On Twitch and YouTube and everything else. I do apologize for nothing I could do about it, but it is what it is. So we're going to go back to the chat rooms and stuff in a minute, but I want to go over the observations. Now it's 3:14. We're seeing snow and sleet again along the I-95 corridor. We're starting to see that rain transition in southern New Jersey, although about 2 hours late, but still starting to take shape. In southwest New Jersey, we range from 19 to 31, so a 10-degree gradient here. Let's push above freezing. I would love for that to happen. We'll see if it does happen. Okay. So we're seeing that northeast very clearly. Northwesterly wind. It's got to be an error. All right, you know what? Let's check on the radar. There's our low, now down to 1,009 millibars. Now it's a 3 millibar difference from the primary. We'll dive into more of this in a bit. Again, our ice rain line isn't moving all that much yet. And just waves of heavy snow and sleet continuing. Very impressive. But again, let's update our satellite picture and see what we have new here. Let me back out here. I want to see the back end of this. So here's our high pressure system holding strong. Cold air just continuing to funnel in. Now, notice, I was waiting for this. Notice, look at this. You see how this is starting to break up? This is a very important sign here, okay? This is very, very key. We're starting to see this start to break up as we start to lose our focus of our primary low and start to shift towards the coast. So we still have our focus of primary low down here with severe weather and unfortunately tornadoes down along the Gulf Coast, just a mess down there, with very heavy rain and just a dangerous situation. We have ice here as a potential here in the Carolinas, and this is all lifting up towards them. Is a big, big problem here. Very concerned about that. We've broken 1,000 already. 1,000 viewers, they're coming back, so I appreciate it. Thank you. We'll see if we can climb up to where we were. We have this starting to break up, and you're seeing this feature is going to start to collapse, and then this back end right here is going to be the new back end of this storm, and this is all going to start to collapse and break up. Now, closer in, let's refresh this for a second. And we're going to shift to New York because there's some people reporting lighter snow. Okay, very simple reason. Intense banding here, sinking air here. That's why. So it'll be bouncing back and forth, the light snow and heavy snow as we move forward through the afternoon and evening. And when it sinks, again, you'll see more sleet. When you have rising, you'll see more snow. So that is essentially what we're starting to see here. And if you go to the water vapor satellite picture here, there's a back end racing in. So what does this look like in terms of our structure of the storm? So let's break that down. So at 500 millibars, the back end of this trough is rapidly approaching. See this right here? This is going to be the beginning of the collapse of the snowfall here as this whole lifting starts to shift this way. And this positively tilted trough just starts to kick everything out. And you can even say here at 300 millibars, your best jet stream dynamics starts to shift east. and you start to lose that support out here in the Ohio River Valley. Meanwhile, at 700 millibars, you can see the quote-unquote dry slot begin to develop here. So you're going to see this drive up into the Ohio River Valley as we go forward in this afternoon, and that is what's going to just cut all of this out. And that is why you're starting to see that signal. Okay? So you see this signal here, and that's basically connected to this dry slot driving northward now. Okay? And that's going to cut off the back end, and your new back end is going to be back here and rapidly push east this evening, which is why we're ending at midnight for the most part. Now, while that's happening, again, coastal low starting to take shape gradually. Still got some time to go. Still got a long way to go until this evening. And there's our 850 low. And there's our warm air transport. So overall, the evolution of the storm is pretty much playing out as expected. Let's see here. We got a new mesoscale discussion. So let's take this out. Sleet continuing, perhaps periods of freezing rain by early evening. So this is all snow and sleet. Let's read what they're saying. Let's see what the SPC is saying. And again, I just want to welcome everyone back. We're back into our new streaming, part 2. And then we'll check out what everyone's saying here. Shows what you just did back end, and snows in New York City until evening tomorrow. We'll check the NAM in a second. Sleet continues this afternoon. Moderate sleet continues in northern Virginia, eastern West Virginia to Long Island. As expected, the sleet snow line has advanced north, with sleet now reported in New York City. Yeah, but it's going back and forth, snow and sleet. While some guidance precipitation algorithms, such as the HRR, indicate there may be some freezing rain and ice accretion later this afternoon, confidence is additional icing is low. Hope so. Forecast soundings where the freezing rain is depicted still show boundary layer temperatures of minus 10 degrees Celsius. Despite it being relatively shallow, it may remain sufficient for refreezing to sleet. Okay, so what they're saying is that the lower level that we've been looking at, where it's so cold that every time we see lifting, that freezing rain instead just becomes basically sleet rather than freezing rain. By the time the profiles look more supportive for freezing rain, precipitation comes to an end. So again, we were talking about this for several days now. The idea that why I thought a lot of this was going to be snow and sleet, and a lot of snow as well, and again, why I was aggressive, is that by the time the warm air finally wins, the precipitation is over. And that's essentially what they're saying here. So hopefully that works out really nicely with the freezing rain. Wake of primary precipitation field. Forecast soundings show residual low-level moisture, which could result in some freezing drizzle. That is certainly a possibility. So that's some good news. So hopefully that continues to take shape. Let's go back. So that is the latest mesoscale discussion that's out 20 minutes ago. Is traveling going to be dangerous tomorrow? As it is today in Long Island, at least in the morning. I think you'll be okay in the afternoon and evening. But either way, throughout this week, it's going to be icy out there on the roadways. So definitely use some caution there. Here in northwest Chester County and western Philly burbs, East Nantmeal, I think, we had 9.8 inches of snow and now 1.3 inches of sleet. Total snow so far 11.1. Keep up the great work. There we go. And freezing rain at 11 degrees in eastern Bergen. So that's what we're starting to see, that wintry mix all unfolding here. Let's see here. Measurement about 5 minutes ago on Lake Success. 10 inches. All right. So we are back and live. Yes. I'll put it to you like this with Apple Weather. It just takes model data. That's it. It doesn't use a forecaster. Okay. This is why I actually talked to AP about this. So let me be very clear. Weather apps are great when it's 75 and sunny. Okay? That's the honest truth. I'm not trying to demean anybody, but let's just be honest. All a weather app is straight model data, which sometimes can work great and sometimes not, because it's not influenced or adjusted by an actual meteorologist, which leads to a lot of trouble. And that's why you see those errors. Let's see. We already talked about the positivity trough and the storms. We already talked about that. So yeah, there's a lot of trouble in Trenton. I would not suggest driving. My daughter and grandson in Times Square now. Temperature is 27 and snowing. A lot of people hanging out. Yeah, that sounds about right for New York City. All right, so let's pull up the new NAM. There we go. So we'll reset this. We'll pull up the NAM. Actually, I'll just go to here. I saved it. Might as well. Okay, so let's see what the new NAM is doing. 18Z, I think. So there's our ice line. See, it doesn't really advance it now. Now the NAM just kind of crushes it back. Not really seeing all that much. Now the back end of our storm trying to produce a little wave here in the morning. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But really, for the most part, once this main line is over, you're going to have Arctic air surging back in. Now, this might be overdoing it a bit, okay? But let's go hypothetical here, okay? Let me pull up 850 millibars and see what that is. Okay, there it is. All right, so the Arctic air surging back in, I bet you get really strong, this would support really strong frontogenical forcing, which means that any moisture that is left over in the atmosphere as this Arctic air is coming in is going to spark off snow showers. The problem with this, and we'll do 850 relative humidity during that time period. It starts to get a lot drier while this starts to take shape. Now, you might say to yourself, Stephen, this doesn't look a lot drier, but look at 700 millibars. Okay. A lot more dry air tries to surge in. And then the final thing, look at, let's see here, where's our dew points? 2 meter relative humidity. Notice the dry air that surges in. So I think you're going to see a lot of snow showers lingering around. I think you're going to see temperatures just free falling tomorrow after an early high. And don't be surprised to get snow showers and a dusting or two. Not snowfall. I don't want that. Where are you? Here we are. But this at the back end, I think this is a little too aggressive. See what it does at 12Z. Again, pretty reasonable. See, yeah, I like this a little bit better. More scattered. Focus more up here with the upper level low. I think the 18Z is a little bit too far south. Because the 500 millibar low is the 500 millibar trough is racing out this way. This should be up here. I think this is a little bit too aggressive. And I'll tell you what, let's see what we could do with the HRR, same time period. Again, same idea. Yeah, see the HRR, it has the same idea but much weaker. And this is aligned much better with the 500 millibar trough and the rest of the mid-level lows up towards like the Capital District in Albany. And this is the RRFS. This is going to be replacing the NAM and the HRR. And let's see what it does. And it does the same thing. It tries to produce some snow showers in the early morning. But again, it doesn't sustain. It kicks it right out. So I like the idea of snow showers and flurries and whatnot at the end here tomorrow morning, but not anything sustained. It pops in, pops out. So if you're doing snow removal and whatnot, it's not enough to plow after you already plowed, but it's enough to at least want to salt at the very end and then go from there. I appreciate it, guys. Trying to let everyone know who might be in that other video or the other area, just that we've moved over here, in case anyone missed it. Let's just check here. That really annoys me that it just shut down. There should be like a warning, like, hey, after 12 hours, you have to reload or something. And we're finishing up pot number 2. Probably another cup to go. So we'll check this, and then I'm just going to check clients and see if there's anything new out here. Let's see here. Is traveling going? Okay, so I answered that. Here in Northwest Chester County and Western Philly burbs. Okay, I read that. Let's see. Freezing rain, 11 degrees East Bergen. Still cold, 11 degrees in Randolph. But now we're getting sleet and freezing rain, much earlier than expected. Over a foot of snow so far. Close to 9 inches in Chestnut Ridge, New York, in Rockland, and snowing heavily. It's currently 9 degrees. Mixing going on in Brooklyn, flipping mix and snow on and off. Let's see here. Just going from shoveling, temperatures. Let's see. Bridgewater, New Jersey, 11.5 inches. Okay. Yeah, you will get more snow. It'll go back and forth. How are you going to sleep tonight with all that coffee? Oh, trust me, you can ask Susan. I will be sleeping. There is no doubt about that. I will definitely just fall right out. Yeah. I will be sleeping. I just checked the whiteboards. 13 inches before changeover to freezing rain. You verified. All right. We're getting there. And again, I just want to thank everyone in the chat room here. You guys are freaking amazing for sticking by. I really appreciate it. Yes, definitely please like, share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell if you want to get updates. Tomorrow, just a heads up for tomorrow for videos. I'll try to do them. I'll see how my voice is. This week I will. Videos might be a little late, but I will do my best to get everything out. But thank you for for following, and thank you for coming back in. Looks like we're starting to get people starting to flow back in. It takes a little time, I understand, but we're slowly climbing. And oh wow, thank you, Ted Yogi. I think I said that right, but Ted, let's go, Ted. Best covered out there. Switching to steady sleet. A little over 10 inches accumulation. Thank you very much, Ted. I really appreciate it. How much more in Bridgewater? I would say, let's say an inch. Let's say half an inch per hour going forward. Probably maybe another 2 to 4 inches on top of what you got, going to snow, sleet, rain, back and forth. Steve, will we change back to snow in Northwest Chester County and Philly burbs? No, you'll go back and forth. You'll definitely go back and forth. Snow, sleet, snow, sleet. It's going to go all over the place. As of 3 p.m., southwest of Maryland, PA, at line Elkton, Maryland. 7 inches of snow, so verified that. 1.07 liquid equivalent, all melted down. Impressive. Let's see, you verified in Barnegat. We got 8 inches, just hit 32 degrees. It's sleet, rainy mix now. Awesome. So, one thing I am really happy about as we get new observations, I am ecstatic to see. I hopefully maybe we see even more areas above freezing here. Maybe. All right, so we got data loaded. We're at freezing. We did it. We're at freezing in Millville. 1 more degree to go. 34, 35. So New Jersey again. Central New Jersey coast still a concern here. Belmar still reporting snow, plus snow at that, but 38 minutes ago. But still. Philadelphia, you're still at 19. I think you're going to see a lot more sleet than freezing rain, though. But I love this. Thank you very much. I love this. Get me to 33 in rain. We already got our snow. Let's go to rain, and let's bust on the ice. Let's do it. So someone get like someone turn on like maybe a AI supercomputer and warm us up a degree. Upper teens, lower 20s now on the I-95 corridor around Philadelphia, really all up to New York City. I want to pull up something. Let's go. I want to do surface temperatures, and there's our low. Okay, let me go here. I'm curious about our gradient. Take off the precip here. Look at that gradient. Holy smokes. Wow. Now that is what I call a temperature gradient. That's impressive. That's what happens when you have a strong high pressure system that won't give way, and you just have single digits and teens up here, freezing, and just really a tightly packed temperature field. That's what I'm talking about. And see, Pottstown, back to snow. You see what I'm saying? We have a couple of things. Let's go back here. Sleet in New York City for about 2 hours. Not sure if it'll ever change back due to the surface temperatures. We'll see sleet and snow back and forth. We've gotten a lot of reports going back and forth with the sleet and snow. I think that will continue as we go forward. About 8 inches in Old Bridge before changeover to sleet. Probably shoveled at least 2 inches of sleet since the changeover. Question, does this stay sleet for the remainder of the storm, or does it go back to snow? You'll see snow and sleet back and forth, but as we go on through the night, that warm layer should continue to expand, and you'll see more and more sleet going forward. And then by midnight, we pretty much come to an end. I would not be surprised to get a little bit of freezing rain mixed in, but mostly this is going to be sleet. And then let's see what's going on X. Yeah, we got new observations, so let's roll that in. You know, I should try Earth News School. Let's see. Let's see our observations here. Let's see what is going on. HD. I should have done this earlier, but I was tired. Okay, so there's our upper level 850 millibar low up here. And there is our new evolution starting to take shape here. But again, too late for any type of changeover to go, to prevent the mix, obviously. 700 millibars, southwest wind. Again, this is the end of our storm. This is going to rapidly push east. And so this is even getting even more broken up. Look at that. See that? Now look. It's really starting to collapse. This feature here is what's showing up on the NAM at 18 hours. But I think this feature ends up here, not here. So the NAM the 18Z NAM is taking this and driving it this way. And most other guidance is taking this and lifting it up this way. So I think it's more realistic this way given the 700 millibar winds. So I think this ends up here. So this ends up here, and we just end up with flurries here. I think that's where I think that's how that evolves. Meanwhile, here's the dry slot starting to take shape as our new coastal load gains more influence. So the process is starting, and of course, there's our heavy snowfall, right? Just continuing wave after wave, and boy, oh boy, like you guys north of New York City, just. And unfortunately, this sleet is going to add up. And again, that 1.5 inches of sleet would have been like 3 or 4 inches of snow. So that's at 700 millibars. At 850, there's our evolution of our new 850 low. That'll probably take shape tonight, somewhere around here. And our surface low, well, here's our old primary gaining, starting to lose, and here's our new coastal. Let's zoom in on that. Look at that. There's our new coastal low. It's taking shape. Winds, here we have northeasterly winds, east-northeasterly winds, new coastal low starting to evolve, lifting north. It's just perfect evolution here. And you can zoom out. Here's our high, and you can see the cold air from the center of our high is streamed right down the coast. In fact, here, let's do this. Temperatures. Cold air source right down into the Delaware River Valley. Here's your source on the coast where we warm up, but then just inland, northwest of the I-95 corridor, your cold source is here, so you're not going to warm up all that much. But right on the coast, a little bit more of an easterly fetch, so you will warm up gradually. And that's what we're seeing here. So I'm very happy to see this. And hopefully more sleet than freezing rain. Let's see, Easton, Connecticut, now at 10 or 12 inches, very powdery. See, 10 inches of, well, look at the crap. Maintenance guy did a really good job on this storm. I think 8 inches of sleet, what's that if it was snow? Probably not 8 inches of sleet, but let's say 3 inches of sleet would have been about 6 to, on the low end, 6 inches of snow. Maybe more. Let's see here. Well, we're not going to go into climate change. Not in this one. We'll tackle that in our live coverage, a live chat next week. Could we hold off the sleet in Rockland County, or are we going? And are we getting the forecast? Well, you're over a foot already in many locations around Rockland County. I do think that that's going to verify. I think that the sleet's going to hold off. I really do. But I wouldn't be surprised to get a ping or two. But I think the bulk of the sleet hold off. Gravity wave showing up on the radar heading east-northeast through New Jersey is wild. Let's see here. Let's take off the winter mask and let's zoom in. And let's see what we got. Right here. I bet you that's coming right off the Appalachian Mountains. That little wave. I bet you that's exactly what that is. There's our new coastal low. Just wait. I mean, this, Here's our back edge right here now in the Ohio River. This is going to continue to collapse. And this is just going to race forward as we move on through the evening. So thank you for everyone who's coming back online. We're rapidly rising back again to viewership, so I really appreciate it. Some of you guys probably took a break. It's like, okay. Let's see here. You will see snow and sleet back and forth in Bergen County. Let's see. Monticello can get 20 inches. I think it will make a run for it. It's 18 degrees in Manhattan. How much more snow? See, Valley Stream, New York, around 9 inches. Let's see. So far, so good. Okay, let's see. So far, any other observations? Tough to tell. Let's see. Okay. So look at that. Let's pull this up here. That's pretty cool. This is how Philadelphia measures snow. It's back and forth between snow and sleet in Jersey City. Oh, well, there you go. The statue's getting covered. Let's see here. Nerve view. This is from a drone, I'm assuming. That's pretty cool. Look at that. I think I know why. 1 second. I think I know what to do to... I just got to do one thing. While we watch that, let's take a look at that drone. And I am going to quickly fix one thing here. New Jersey, New York. Okay, I'm just answering a quick question for a client, so please stand by. Be right with you. Okay. All right. That should do it. Okay. Good. All right. Yep. That should get everyone up and running again. Wow. We had 123 views. 123,000 views with the last stream. Now we're starting to climb back again. So that is outstanding. We still have 76 people still hanging out for some reason in the old live stream. I tried to turn it off. I'm not sure why, but that's okay. On Twitch here, let's see. Okay, no new change there. Okay, so let me X out of this here. Let's see here. Here comes the cavalry. Oh. There's a snowplow, guys. I love that. Trying to clear out the roadways. See, Crawford, 10 inches plus snow. Warmed up about 4 to 6 degrees. Average 11.3 in the Bronx. We're getting close to that foot. We're getting close. That forecast is working out real nice. And we have another drone video. There we go. Now look at all that snow. That's beautiful. You got kids out there playing. Be careful. Watch out for that plow. Now, the worst thing in the world is that you just get done and then this guy just plows right into your drive. Oh. That's why I used to just wait. There's no point in going shoveling the snow all the way clear out the whole driveway. We didn't even bother at the end. Back when I was a kid in New Jersey, just hold off and wait. That's so cool. 32 degrees now and rain in Millville. We just got one more degree to go. I test at least 10 inches of snow accumulation. Mixed snow back and forth. Still pretty heavy precip in Union County. Let's see. Mix of snow and sleet. Let's see. How many more hours of snow and sleet until midnight? This is going until midnight. So I would say the heaviest stuff would be over by 10. You probably would want to focus midnight to like 4 a.m. to do all your cleanup. And then go from there. That's what I would suggest. Okay. Still heavy snow in Mount Olive, so there we go. And let's see, in YouTube world, we got 12 inches. I'm going to snow angel big time. Still 9.5 degrees in eastern Connecticut while whiteout, piling up fast, 12 inches easy. Remember, 1978 winter, let's see, a little freezing rain here in South Carolina. Be careful, guys. Be careful in South Carolina, and Carolina in general. Temps are going to start to drop between 10 and midnight. You're going to start to see a slow drop. And then tomorrow, you'll get like a brief bump, like from, let's say, like 8 to 10 a.m., and then temperatures free fall thereafter. So we'll probably hold where we're at in the teens and 20s and 30s, and then we'll see a drop through the 20s and teens for tomorrow afternoon and evening. So it is my suggestion that after you plow, you do the best you can with salting, and then hold on the rest of the week because we don't go above freezing. That is for sure. Let's see here. Queens, we have around 10 inches. Here in Lacey, close to the coast, been a bow, snow and sleet all day. Close to 9 inches on the ground. Has torching and rain by now on most forecasts. Is rain still coming? Temperatures, I do think we'll see more sleet than anything else around there. But I do think we'll eventually see that rain. Eventually, but it's going to take a while. Back to flakes and Morris Plains, but still sleet. So you, again, about 10 inches in northeast New Jersey. That has really worked out well. So, yeah, definitely. I'm glad to see that we're seeing this moisture. We need this to break our drought. And the fact we're getting El Nino taking shape is going to really help us to take out these drought conditions, because that's what we need. overall, I would say that this forecast has pretty much verified on a low end easily. Now it's just a matter of, especially in this zone here, now it's just a matter of how high could we go here with our mix? Maybe another 2 inches on top of what we're seeing between the snow and sleet mix. I could see that happening. I could definitely, we'll see what Manhattan actually verifies, but, parts of Queens. And then certainly over here, someone is going to push 20 inches. Someone's going to get 2 feet up in here. So this looks good. Based on timing of when it will end, between 10 and midnight, how many more inches of snow or sleet could you expect in northeast New Jersey? Northeast New Jersey, I expect more sleet than snow. So probably about another 2-3 inches total. Maybe a rogue 4. Northwest New Jersey, more snow. So another 3 to 6. Wouldn't be surprised. Maybe even 4 to 7 inches more. Would not be surprised by that. I could definitely see that. New observations. And again, our freezing line is right about here now. Very happy to see that. Thank you very much. It's 4 o'clock. It was supposed to be, let's go back to the HRR here. Okay, now at 4 o'clock, this backed off big time. Okay, because our 16Z at 4 o'clock was pushing our rain rapidly, and by 6, everyone in Philly would be rain. Now let's see what we have in the 19Z. And it's not getting above freezing in Philly anymore. The model guys has backed off on that. And it's going to be real slow in Monmouth County. Not until 7 p.m. now, if at all. So you got a lot of snow, sleet, freezing rain mix to deal with on the I-95 corridor. Southeast of the I-95 corridor, gaining more support for everything going over above freezing. But it is a slog. And then look at that, it just holds. And then we fall back. At 10 p.m., we start to fall back. See that? And then 11, 12, everything comes to an end. So that's still very nicely showing up. And then that snow band, like I said, ends up here rather than down here. So there we go. It has shifted. So as I suspected, I'm glad to see Southeast New Jersey still concerned about Southwest New Jersey and concerned about the Philadelphia metro, because now the guidance is moving away from this rising above freezing. So now we're not talking about rain, we're talking about sleet, freezing rain, and snow, mostly sleet and snow, for the I-95 corridor from Philadelphia through Trenton into especially northern half of Monmouth County, throughout northeastern New Jersey, New York City, Long Island. And now even like the South Shore, it's barely getting to that freezing mark. And we're talking about all the way until we get to roughly 9 p.m. So this snow-sleet mix with some occasional freezing rain through 9 p.m. And then we start ending this from west to east. That's really tough. You know, that's just not fun. Again, we continue on with the northeasterly winds here. Some northwesterly winds starting to show up here as our coastal low, and I think that's why the model guidance is backing off the idea of this being a changing over to rain on Philadelphia. if we're locking in this northwesterly wind and you look at the cold source to the north, this might be it as far as our freezing line here. Just checking emails, pardon me. Okay. Let's see. Accumulating snowfall. 10 p.m. accumulating precipitation will be over New York City. Yeah, exactly. So we got like several more hours of this snow sleet mess to allow for additional accumulation. And that's the concern here. And I don't see that really ending anytime soon. That is a concern. So as far as the National Weather Service, they actually count sleet and snow as in the same ballpark. Hotel coffee is not bad. It's pretty good. I also had the other coffee, but the problem with the other coffee, although I brought it with me, the coffee maker here only allows me like 2 cups at a time. And I didn't want to waste all that coffee, so I'll probably bring some of it back with me. Let's see here. Not a bad event for a storm, but it has no western ridge. Yeah. Well, you know what made this storm, especially in Phase 6, was the fact that the polar vortex was in the right place in the troposphere around the Hudson Bay. That's what made this storm. Just report of 12 inches right on the Connecticut coast in New Haven. Oh, that would be nice. Let's see here. Oh, we got new observations. Let's see what we got here. 3 measurements in the same spot, in same good spots. Will be the last with a rain sleet mix. West Tuckerton, New Jersey, 7 1/3 to 7 7 1/8. Excuse me. 11 inches in Somers, New York, as it's 4 p.m. Still snowing over 1 inch per hour. So I definitely like going over 12 inches there. I've seen and heard ice out my window on and off this afternoon. There's that. Okay. Okay, 9.1 inches as of 3:50 p.m. Hudson, New York, Westchester County. Let's see. At 3 p.m. Staten Island, 9.5 inches of snow. Got snow mixing back in around Yankee Stadium, so let's share that. And 10 inches in Brantford, Connecticut, starting to mix in. So again, I think you could see the evolution here, pretty clear. Back to snow in southern Monmouth. It's been sleeting for 4 hours, but now we're seeing snow again around Monmouth. And it's all part of that process. You know, I mean, in terms of shoveling snow overall, I would definitely say do it in waves. You don't want to do all of this all at once, especially as the snow gets heavier. At 4 p.m. Staten Island, 9.5 inches of snow. The NWS, well, hey, NWS is reporting it. Let's see here. Twitch, let's see here. Snow is perfect for the snowblower. Just made it to the farm, and the roads are a mess. If you don't have to go out, stay home. That's from Ford SL96 on Twitch. And here we are, just shoveled a whole bunch of sleet. Probably have between 8.5 and 9 inches of snow and sleet, according to Philly weather. So in Philly, again, we're seeing this evolution. And again, it's going to continue on for quite some time. And on YouTube here, again, we're seeing everyone starting to come back. I do appreciate it. Let's see here. Generate snowstorm. Let's see. Okay, so my days of shoveling snow are over. Yes, the reason why you're seeing this flipping again is because of the strong lifting we're seeing. Whenever you got strong lifting, you go back over to snow. Newark Airport officially 8 inches at 1 p.m. That was at 1 p.m. 3 hours ago. So I'm willing to bet that it's probably a bit higher than 8 inches by now. Maybe 9 or 10. All right. I think this might be finishing up pot number 2. Yeah, I think it is. And that's it. Look at that. All done. Isn't much left. Hold it. We got a little bit more. Last bit. There it is. Done. 2 pots of coffee. Bam. It's still hot too. Wonderful. All right. Let's see. 13 inches. You got to put where, though. The NWS, New York, is not going to take that if you don't tell us where. 12 inches in New Haven, Connecticut. Snow starting to take over again, extreme northeast of New Jersey. We're going to take a look at the lifting. We're going to show you why that is the case. Snowing in Brooklyn. As of 30 minutes ago, 9.7. Let's see here. Okay, so let's go and take a look at the sleet line. Well, it's not really a line. It's more like a jagged, jumping all over the place situation. First of all, wow, look at the observations. This is so cool. Look at the winds starting to back as our surface low gains more and more influence on the wind field. More northerly winds. Now, this is going to take some time to take shape, but the reason why the model guidance is starting to back off the idea of rain getting into Philadelphia is because the coastal low is evolving a little bit faster than what the NAM was, than what the HRR or the NAM was suggesting, or even the European for that matter. And that is a function of the nature of this Arctic air. Understand, when you have this Arctic air in place, you fundamentally change the boundary layer, right? So in layman's terms, what I'm trying to say is that the gradient is much stronger. And so if you have a stronger gradient, you have stronger frontogenesis. Frontogenesis, or that gradient, that thermal gradient, right? It enhances low-level rising. So the surface low develops faster than any of the other structures in the atmosphere. And so as a result, you get your coastal low taking over a little bit faster. And we're starting to see that influence take shape here. And, we're very close to this taking over completely. And when that happens this evening, probably in about another 2 to 3 hours, your progression of your freezing line at the surface will come to an end. And that's why we're seeing more sleet now than rain on the model guidance in Philadelphia, Bergen County, Northwest Ocean County, and Monmouth County. So that's part 1. Now, part 2. With this lifting evolving, you're seeing the frontogenesis enhance our lifting. The stronger the lifting, the more snow you see. And we continue to go back and forth. That's why in southern Monmouth, you've gone over to snow. And that frontogenesis is not leaving anytime soon. You see it at 850, you see it at 925, and you see it here at 700 now up here. So our primary lifting is all from 850 down to the surface. Why is that important? Well, let's refresh this and let's pull up our new HRR data. And here is the new projection. Now, let's step through this. We'll go north to south. So in the Hudson River Valley, way too cold for anything other than snow, right? Northeast New Jersey, north of New York City, not next to it, but north of New York City. Again, you might see a brief sleet every so often, but primarily with temperatures this cold, any type of lifting is going to keep you in the snow. I would not be surprised if we're pretty much seeing the extent of our warming here at 700 millibars, given the changes we're starting to see. This is in northeast New Jersey. You could also go to northwest New Jersey. See how it's kind of blunted now? And this is very cold. So any type of lifting here is keeping you snow. Okay? Because you're cooling the layer whenever you're lifting. Now we go towards New York City. And it's much closer. So again, very cold here. So any type of lifting changes you over to snow. But any type of sinking changes you over to sleet. So the more lifting you see, the more snow you see. And we're going to continue to accumulate through tonight, through this evening. Central New Jersey, same thing. Okay, there's our sleet signal. Here's our support for going back over to snow. Anytime you get strong lifting. Oh, we got a client call. I'll be right back. All right, let me just knock out this client text. 1 second. And it changes to mix through, then done. Okay, so we got the text done. Just talked to some clients there. Oh, I think the football game started. Let's see. So where were we? Oh, right. So let's continue on with our discussion on SQT. Okay, so that's Central New Jersey. Philadelphia, you're at the same scenario here. Any type of lifting is going to get you over to snow. Otherwise, you're dealing with sleet. But any type of strong lifting. Now, once you get down to here in southern New Jersey, the difference in temperatures is much smaller. So even if you have lifting, it's more of a sleet rain mix. So I think the bulk of your accumulation is over, and now we're dealing with more ice. than anything else. And hopefully we get above freezing. That's why the above freezing is really important till we go over pure rain. So that's where we are right now, and that's what we're seeing here. Look at this now. We're in the lower to mid-30s, above freezing in Millville. So that's great to see. Unfortunately, this is not going to go much further to the north and west. And it looks like, Monmouth County is in for a very icy period. Unfortunately. Let's see. So that is not looking good. That's going to be rough. Okay, sorry for running out. I just don't want to do any client calls on live here. That's bad. So we don't want to do that. Again, here's our northerly wind. So from what I'm seeing, this lifting process is going to just continue on through the evening hours. I really don't see this ending anytime soon in terms of this process. And it's just going to continue to linger on as our mid-level lows begin to jump east. And if I just step back, and you could see the change here. This is becoming less defined. This is becoming more defined. This is still considered a primary because the pressure is lower, but it's clearly losing its consistency, right? And it's starting to give way to the coast. And you can see here in the water vapor satellite picture, there's our dry slot. Let's update this. Did Facebook go down again? Hold it. New stream up. Okay. Oop, had to just fix that. Okay. Where was I? Oh, right. So here's our dry slot starting to take hold. Hold it. Look. There. Bingo. Okay. That answers that. All right. It's good. So here's our dry slot. And when we step back, we'll reload the radar here. There it is. So you can see now everything's starting to collapse here, just as expected. Beautiful. So this tells us that the idea of this ending at midnight is now gaining observational support. It's no longer just a model guidance. Now we have support here that, yeah, this is going to end at midnight. The back end now is just steadily pushing east. I think overall, a blend of the models. I think the NAM did a good job at 700 millibars, but not the surface. I think the European did a good job with the 850 millibar transfer and the synoptics of it. GFS, not so much. It was too far south. AI model guidance did overall pretty good. Let's see. So we're going back and forth in sleet again, snow and sleet. So this tells me, yeah, we're going to be ending at midnight. Let's see. I am 7 miles south of Toms River. It's right behind my house. When the coastal low takes over, does Northeast PA get in on that, or is the storm too weak for that to happen? We don't really see any back building on this. What the coastal low will do is pretty much put an end to the warm air transport at the surface. All right, so sleet has turned back to very heavy snow and freehold. Honey, I know you're listening. If you could take a picture of that, I'd appreciate it. If you can. I don't know. It's up to you. She might be passed out too. I wouldn't be surprised. I can't blame her. Staying up with me is tough to do, but I would love to see a picture of that in Freehold. The second quarter tied 7-7. Well, good. The chat room video is fine. So we are just making sure that everything is up and running properly. Yep, it's good. Okay, so back to heavy snow in Jackson. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So here's a good way to know if I have to go mute. Whenever you hear that phone going off, that means I'm going mute. So now we're up to 13 hours live stream. 12-1. Someone's reporting thunder snow. Well, let's see if we had any. I don't have any lightning reports yet. Let me see. Yeah, I don't have any lightning reports yet. Put back on our winter mask. This is actually getting really accurate now. This is better. I mean, this still is a mess, but at least you could track the frozen rain line. I think that works out well. I think I'm going to okay. I'll probably do a break around maybe like a 30-minute break around like 6:37 just to have some dinner. Okay, all streams are fine. Oh, hold it. Susan's up. All streams are fine. I just took a picture. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I mean the winter mask I think does a good job on WeatherTap of the frozen and rain line, but questionable on the snow and frozen mix line. But at least with the frozen rain line, you can see it trying to jump north. Matches up really nicely with the observations. So that works out really nice. And you can just see the snow returning here, pushing right back. Will Central New Jersey see any more? Oh, yeah. Central New Jersey, Old Bridge will see snow and sleet all the way through midnight. No, we won't see any precipitation change directions because we won't see a pivot on this. Let's see here. What do we have for observations? 9.5 inches in North Caldwell. I'm holding up. I'm doing good, Jeff. Just been hit with freezing light rain. I'm doing okay. I'm going to be crashing tonight, that's for sure. Let's see here. At 4 p.m., 11 inches total after 2 hours of sleet. More snow-sleet combo last 15 minutes. So again, I think, we'll go over the idea I had and see how well it's doing. Still out here doing the same, clearing out. Let's see here. Awesome. I live in a cul-de-sac. There are like 3 of us that have snow blowers, so we're pretty much take care of about 8 houses between us. That works. Okay, at 12 p.m. in Wayne, New Jersey, unofficial measurement, probably about 8.5. That's 12 p.m. That was 4 hours ago, so probably a little bit higher. So, yeah, I mean, we'll continue to see our snow accumulation. That is for sure. And okay, so what else do we have here? Let's see. It's sleet and rain now for about 45 minutes in southern coastal ocean. So in southern coastal ocean, you're pretty much done. Now it's kind of like an icy mix. I'm hoping that gets above freezing. Took a casual walk on Staten Island. Oof, that is nasty. Look at that. That is just some nasty snow out there. So far. So overall, we're not expecting our precipitation to change directions. Let me refresh this. This is all just going to continue to lift to the south and east, or from southwest to northeast. This isn't going to pivot at all. This is going to collapse, but that's about it. See here, sleet and mammoth talk. So yeah. Visibility is low in Manhattan, so it looks like we're going back to our snow-sleet mix again. So that is working out pretty well, that idea. So again, the idea for the forecast, just to go over this, get the bulk of your base, this, right? 8 inches here, 4 inches here, 6 inches here, and 12 inches here. Base achieved. Up in zone 1, where I had 12 to 20, this is just constant snow. Maybe get a ping of sleet here and there, but just constant snow falling. So pushing over a foot. And then here is just a matter in terms of range of whether or not you get more frequent banding, or if it's more like a light to moderate snow or heavy, heavy snow. So do you do a half an inch per hour or 3 inch per hour? The more you get the 3 inch per hour, the more likely you get up to 20 inches. That was easy. This zone here, I needed to get to my base of 8 inches in the intense snowfall time period. Base covered. Now, from now until midnight, now it's a matter of, after the base, how much do I add on top of that? Is it 1 to 3, 2 to 4? See what I'm saying? 3 to 6. And that's how you potentially get up to 6. Now, if your base got up to 10 and then added 2 to 4, now you're talking about 12 to 14 inches of snow and sleet on top of the snow that you already got. Same thing here. Again, base 6 inches, and now we add an inch here, an inch there every hour or two. And hopefully the ice idea busts. And then down here, 4 inches, you get the idea. So that was the forecast plan. So far, so good. Let's see here. So like I said, we'll see the snow. Yes. Again, guys, you'll mix back and forth with snow and sleet throughout the evening. 4 p.m., 11 inches and counting in Rivervale, New Jersey. Sleet occasionally mixing in. 85-90% snow dominant. Let's see here. But my temperature in the last hour started dropping in Ramstown section of Howell. Got to 27.3 down to 26.4. Interesting. Let's see. Let's go. Closest thing I can get is Wrightstown. Let me make an adjustment here. Data, METAR. That way you can read it. There we go. Close. Okay, so 23. You're seeing the drop most likely because you're getting close to your wet bulb temperature. I think that's what's happening. That's why, and let's see, Belmar. Let's see, Belmar 24. Not really getting that information. See, here in Trenton, you can still wet bulb more. So here, I'll show you this. What is the potential, okay, for our temperature to fall? Let's go to this, and we're going to do surface wet bulb temperature. Okay, so I'm showing you this and that as we get heavy precipitation and our temperature and dew point get closer together, the potential to cool still remains where you could fall below freezing anywhere north of this line, which is basically from Atlantic City down through Cape May County, okay, where if the temperature falls, it still stays above freezing. Anywhere to the north of this line, anytime you get heavy precipitation, your temperature will fall. And you're talking about staying below 20. So that potential to stay below 20 with any type of heavy precipitation is basically on the I-95 corridor. And that's why we see the cooling. Now, we just got new data. Looks like it just updated. Computer's trying to cool off. It's been going for so long. Let's shift this. Okay. Still seeing a gradual change in the structure of our old primary. New coastal load far more consolidated. Still the primary still back here. But we're getting towards that, we're stepping towards that stage where the old system is starting to collapse. All right. Not bad. But we're not seeing much change there. Okay. So that's why we're seeing what we're seeing with the temperatures falling, Devin. Even Cape May County overperformed at 7 inches. Not bad. Well, they got to the upper edge of that 4 to 8 in Cape May County. Manhattan got up to 19 degrees, now 17 degrees. I think our warming at the surface is coming to an end, guys, especially with that northerly wind. I think that as far as the progression of this freezing line, maybe eastern Monmouth County still, but everyone else is just, we're just in alignment to keep our temperature falling down or holding, not really warming much anymore. We're seeing that trend more and more. Let's see here. Let's see. 20 inches in Phillipsburg, New Jersey. Oh, all right. Well, let's see if we get that officially set. Getting sleet and freezing rain, and now snow mixing in Western Ocean County. Snow again in Manhattan. So again, it's working out. The idea here is working out beautifully. I wouldn't be surprised if Philadelphia sees another shot of snow. Still sleet at 18 degrees in Columbus, New Jersey. Additional half inch brings total 8.5 inches. There we go. 9 inches in Stamford, Connecticut. Not Stamford. Stratford, Connecticut. Sorry. Snowing a little lighter. Flakes sound icy. Sleet line in northwest New Jersey, slowly moving back southeast. All right, let's take a look at that. Let's pull up the radar here. And well, looks like, let's see here. It's more like a wave. I think it's just stationary at this point. I think the idea that I had where it just getting stuck at this point, I think it's working out really nicely. This is hands down the most snow. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. So Susan has some new updates on it. Holy smokes. Yeah, this is definitely the most snow we've seen since we moved in the house. And of course, I'm here. God. Um, Look at, yeah, this is definitely pushing. We're heading towards a foot on this in freehold. I know exactly how tall this is. So, yeah. Oh, wow. There's our snow. See? Pure snow in freehold. There we have it. That's just beautiful. And there's our snow falling here, looking out from the weather lab. I'm going to cry. I miss this. Oh, man. That's hard. It's hard to. I'm excited to be here. Don't get me straight. Don't get me confused here. I'm excited. But man, oh man, I wish experiencing. Well, I got other chances in February. Wow. So there it is. That's updating freehold. It's snowing again. It's not just sleet. It's now heavy snow. And again, this is how we're going to go. Well, this is how we're going to verify our forecast and push in some locations to higher. So again, you're actually seeing signs of that mixing here. And as long as we have that strong lifting, this is just going to keep on bouncing back and forth. Don't feel bad that you're missing it, Steve. I flew out for a meeting the day of 1996 blizzard. Missed the whole thing. Ouch. Do you think we'll have to wait 6-7 weeks to get above freezing? No, we won't have to wait 6 weeks to get above freezing in New York City. That would be historic. That's like extremely historic. All right, so I won't go with that. Oh, I get it. 6, 7. All right, okay. I don't. Whatever. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, so let's see. We're back to this. Hey, we're climbing back up to people viewing. That's good. We'll get back to where we were. Especially as the storm continues. Man, because I'm telling you right now, I'm feeling really good about my upper zones. I really am. I was at 60%. I say now 70 to 80%. And that's saying something. And about 11 inches are being reported in and around what's it called JFK. Hudson River has ice all over it, so that's saying something. Continue to update, continue to cover. I'm here right with you. A true meteorologist. Here's the thing. I want everyone to really push this. Oh, in Massapequa. Okay, snow again in Massapequa. Sorry, but hey, here's something I really want to push, especially as a certified digital meteorologist. So, pardon me if I stand on my soapbox a bit, since we are on the way with our coverage. This is a difference between a modelologist and someone who's not trained, sharing a whole bunch of nonsense and making a whole bunch of scare tactic videos, and someone like, well, me, who explains the forecast and explains what to expect. Am I going to be right every time? No. If I was right every time I forecasted, I would be locked up by the government and examined, right? And then possibly cloned. Because then that mean that I basically always get the forecasting of chaos right every time, which is not going to happen. But if you're accountable, then you learn from it. So what I'm trying to say to everyone watching, it's important to share content from certified digital meteorologists or certified broadcast meteorologists, because that's really important in our day and age with a lot of social media out there. Because this isn't modelology, it's meteorology. And everyone was so hung up on these models that they didn't stop and looked at what type of Arctic air we're dealing with. And that's why we have a lot of people maybe unprepared and driving in this nonsense. And it didn't have to be. So just want to share that. I feel really bad for people out there who are caught in this. Here we are on Staten Island, I think. Look at this roadway. Look at this. It's a mess. So please, don't travel in this if you can. Back to mostly blowing snow here at Asbury Park. Still 25 degrees. If we had 10 more mile per hour winds, we wouldn't qualify as a blizzard. Bobby has something here. Whitehall Township, Whitehall, PA, total of 11.5 at 4:15. Past few hours have been primarily sleet. Now back to snow. Hey, Bobby, how you doing? How's everything back here in Northeast Pennsylvania? And again, check out some of Thomas's videos here. Oh my God. I'm not going there, damn it, Francis. I'm not going there. And my concern is not saying that I'm not saying like, hey, look, I'm right, blah, blah, blah. I just don't want people to be in a dangerous situation that they don't need to be. That's my point. And we shouldn't be fear baiting. We should be focusing in on real data and explaining the forecast. We all need to do a better job. And I want to burn down every one of these freaking weather apps. Let's see, there's some dynamics cooling going on, but those heavy rates. All snow for the last 2 hours in Eatontown. Just check the depth right now, 9.5 inches. Yeah, and that's what I was concerned about with the Arctic air. Let's see here. Okay, Master, you should go. Let's see here. I haven't looked at many suns. We are seeing the massive band. Are you kidding me? That was earlier on where we had 2 to 4 inch snowfall. 4:30 observations in Layton, Pennsylvania, 14 inches with drifts deep up to 18 inches. No spot measure. Just impressive stuff here on going on Facebook. And of course here, another inch in the last 4 hours, though I'm not sure how much has blown in Abington, Pennsylvania. Very light right now, around 7 inches. And make sure you schedule this meeting now that you are present for something. Yeah, I can't control when they do the whole AMS meeting. I could just control, or I could help to suggest for the CDM meetings, which for the most part we have in the spring and summer. But this year we are setting up now. And I just want to personally say thank you to Susan, who is staying up. She is. I'm probably very tired. So I do appreciate it, and thank you for taking the pictures and doing the moderating. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, because that's really freaking amazing. And look, we're climbing back up to viewership slowly but surely. Sleep, excuse me, I'm sorry. Sleet mixed with snow in upper Manhattan, New York City. I'm going to grab a throat lozenge. Almost 12 inches of snow and sleet on the ground. Don't mess with Arctic air. Massive band in Peterson, New Jersey. Will it move east or northeast? Well, let's take a look. It's halftime for the football game. First, I'm going to refresh this. Yeah, this has gone stationary now. This snow sleet line. It's just going to stay like this. Now, let's take a look at our... And again, you can just see this intense band just lingering here. And again, more heavy precipitation here of a lot of snow and sleet. And that's why we've gone over to snow in Monmouth County. So let's zoom out here and see where we have our back end. So it's still back here. Our rain snow line really is starting to stop moving. Definitely, this is going to start to get more ragged as we move forward this evening. Let's see if we have new HRR data yet. Let's see. Yep, now we do. Okay. So here's the new HRR data. In fact, let's go to 15-minute intervals, shall we? So let's see what it does here. Here we are through 5 and 6. Again, it's starting to slow now. It's starting to back off on this progression of our freezing line. It stalls it now. And pulls the cold air back. There's our dry slot driving northward, just killing the end of this. And towards the end of this, you see this, the strongest lifting lifts northward. Here we are at 10:45. Most likely, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being more snow than anything else at the very end of this, from 10 to midnight. And then we're done. And then a few flurries here and there. That's about it. Boston's just going to get slapped. Don't be surprised in Boston when you get some enhancement off the Gulf of Maine, a very heavy snow. I would not be surprised if Boston gets 20 inches. Just with this enhancement. Watch that. Because you stay all snow, someone around Boston is going to get 2 feet. And if this locks in, you could pretty much put that in the bank. Meanwhile, for us, Pennsylvania, you're done at about 11:45. New York City, say about midnight to, let's say, 12:30. Long Island, let's say about, Long Island, Connecticut, let's say about 2 a.m. So from now till 2 a.m., eastern Long Island, snow and sleet. Just keep on piling up. Connecticut, a lot of snow. Continuing. So we got a long way to go. Okay. I just want to say um, how lucky I am to have a wife like Susan. I do want to say that. That's just, she's staying up. I'm like, go to bed, go sleep, go rest, don't get sick. I'm the one who's insane, staying up for forever with this storm. Let's just check this out. We'll deal with the next storm tomorrow. We'll dive into that later. Let's see here. Say 8-9 inches in freehold, a lot of drifting, so it's hard to say. There's a possible, let's see, 18-inch mix of snow and sleet near City Field. Oh, 18 and mix of snow and sleet. Okay, not 18 inches. I was like, what? I've been, let's see, John says, finally used since like 2005 or so. You're the most accurate one out there. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. I missed the big snow of 2000 visiting family New Year's. We got 16 inches and they did not get a flake out there. So I feel your pain. Well, I appreciate John the follow for so long. I really do. Let's see what we have here new on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Sleet mixed with snow in upper Manhattan, almost 12 inches on the ground. Let's see here. Additional 1.5 inches. Temperature 8 degrees. Elevation 540 feet. 15.2. So we have gone over the foot mark in northeastern Pennsylvania. Officially. That's going directly to the National Weather Service. Bronx, New York, currently in a snow sleet battle. Periods mixing in. So there we go. On YouTube, let's see here. Someone just got smacked by my wife. That's good. Lake Harmony, PA, almost done with snow. And oh, you got a long time to go, at least till 10. 14.3 here in Rockland County. Sleet and blowing sleet in Rutherford. Well over 12 inches in Huntington, New York. Anyone in South Jersey trying to get an update on what is going on? All right, let's take a look at South Jersey. Okay, so depending on how far south, down towards like Atlantic City and Cape May, now we have gone over to rain, which is great news. If you are in southwest New Jersey, right around Philadelphia, just south of Philadelphia, this is where it is an icy mess and temperatures in the 20s. So again, snow, sleet, freezing rain, just a mess down here. The closer you get to the coast, you're above freezing. Our freezing line is about here and is starting to stall. And we get more of a northeasterly wind, sleet in Philadelphia. About 11.5-inch mix in Clifton. Let's see here. All right, so far so good. Okay, I'm going to put on the radar and I got to take a little bit of a bathroom break. So I'm going to put this on mute. So if anyone asks us, let them know. I'll be right back. But I'll put on the radar here. We'll zoom in. Get this loaded. Huh. Well, that fell back. Interesting. But there's our storm. There's our back end. There's the dry slot, the dreaded dry slot. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me just mute this. I use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We are back in action. We're good. Let's do this. I got my second wind ready to go. Another 12 hours. No, just kidding. Probably end this around 11, 12. I put on the football game. Got a controller here. So keep an eye on that. We'll talk about that too. Is it snowing there? And well, hell, that wasn't supposed to happen. 7-7. And I'm also taking some vitamins and stuff because I don't want to run myself down and get sick. But here we are live. Took a lozenge to protect my voice, my throat, and away we go. So, let's see where we're at, right? This is exciting because this is awesome. Everything is evolving. I'm a happy camper. Okay, and let's see here. Tomorrow. So, just so you know, at the AMS meeting, I will be doing a presentation about forecasting in AI. I will share it with everyone when we get back, our live chat. Or at least I'll go over the details. I don't want to, just go over everything. But it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to talk about growth and dealing with AI forecasting. And so that's going to be a blast. Now, oh man, where do we begin? We first start with more than enough precipitation continuing over the region. The back end of our storm is starting to show up. We're here until midnight. We got another 7 hours of snow, sleet mess to continue. And just wave after wave of heavy precipitation. So we're starting to see a transition to takeover of our coastal low, and it shows up really nicely here. Okay, so let's go back to winds at the surface. And what am I seeing here with the coastal lows taking over? Why do I say that? Because we're seeing much stronger wind flow here than here. Okay, they're still streaming towards here, but it's kind of losing its punch. You can see it's a much more defined circulation than back here. So you have this is a primary, this was a secondary that's starting to lose its punch. This is the new coastal low. And you can see it starting to take hold, right? And starting to overwhelm the warm boundary layer that was being driven inward, that is being cut off. And you can see it right here. Can you see it? Can you see the cold air damming? Let's zoom in. Look at this. Look at that gradient. And look at that cold air streaming in. You guys in New York City, where's your cold source? It's coming from here, where it's 1 degree. Long Island, more easterly, but that's going to back and come in from here. Coastal New Jersey, right off the coast, right over the coastal waters, but southwest New Jersey, here. And then eastern Pennsylvania, no threat at all for any type of liquid precipitation. So this again is a perfect illustration of what happens when you deal with an Arctic air mass. It's not the same as a polar air mass where it'll get driven out and you'll warm up and the coastal low takes over. It takes longer. Okay, Arctic air masses are a different beast. And when you have this different beast, you must adjust. The model guidance won't. You must do it. And That's where we're at right now. Now, at 8:50, let's see where we're at. Wow. So, let's go to winds. And your strongest transport is out here. Again, temperatures, where's your strongest warm air transport? It's out here. It's slowing here. Why? Because your stronger winds are out here. So we're still at the point where the primary low is up here, but you're going to start to see more stretching back here as we go forward through this evening. So that's where we're at right now with our precipitation just continuing. And that's why we're not seeing the massive rain flip that some guys were showing. Instead, we got this north-northeast wind, and temperatures not moving all that much from here. I'm happy to see Millville's at 30. Notice, though, Dover is only at 30, and Millville's at 33. Northern Delaware, freezing rain and 20. This is ugly. We don't want this. Let's go to sleet. Let's go to anything but freezing rain. It's going to be an ice rink around here in northern Delaware. Snow, sleet everywhere else. Probably have a lunch/dinner break at around 7. And then we'll check out all the social media stuff in just a moment. But there we go, snow and sleet just continuing on. So let's go first to our premium chat room and see what we have here. Went from 20.3 to 19.2, 1 degree drop almost, on Long Island in the last 30 minutes. Yeah, you're seeing heavier precipitation, so you're wet bulbing. That's why. And also the cold air transport is starting to take over. So the cold air transport is taking over. That is coming in from New England. 10 inches of snow in Flushing, Queens. Going to have dinner very soon. Be back when I'm done. Okay, enjoy the dinner. I will be doing that later on. Let's see here. Let's see what we have on X. Yeah, I'm hyped. Absolutely. I love it when a forecast comes together. All right. Well, be careful out there, Melissa. It's not fun at all. Fourth snowfall report out of New Brunswick. We're at 9.4 inches, light sleet still falling at times, 8.2 inches of snow, 1.2 inches of sleet. Measured 0.8 inches of sleet as of 4:30 p.m. Since 2 p.m. in Clifton, 10.3 inches total of snow and sleet. And still falling. And again, we're going all the way until midnight in these areas. 13.5 in Chester, New York. Let me make sure we share that. Good. Okay, 5 p.m. mixed precipitation continues in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Heavy snow switched back to sleet a moment ago. 8.7, 13.2 inches of snow. Let's see here. So, southern Manhattan is sleet back to snow. Heavy mix of sleet and snow here in Howell now. Windy, 25 degrees. 7 inches of snow, 1 to 2 inches of sleet. So, total about 8 to 9 inches. Let's see. Let's see here. 11.5 inches in Hudson, New York as of 5 p.m. Staten Island, 9.65 inches. And 10.2 inches of snow and sleet in Staten Island. And nice breakdown, by the way. Staten Island, New York weather. Very nice. 8.8 inches snow before changeover to sleet. So 1.4 inches of snow and sleet. So that illustrates perfectly the intensity of the snowfall. Let me go right here. Very nice job here. So you piled up 8 inches throughout the morning. And then since this afternoon, now with that snow and sleet, you're slowly building up. So now we have a total of 9. We're getting up to 10. There we go. Getting into the double digits there. It's snowing in Denver. Yeah, I got the game on right here. I'm not really paying attention to it, but I'm just kind of watching it casually, glancing up and down. Usually it's the opposite way. Most people are like glued to the game and casually watching the radar. I'm like glued to the radar, casually watching the game because I'm a nerd. This is typically my pre-workout. And yeah, it has some caffeine, but it also has a lot of good stuff for focus and also keeping you healthy, a lot of vitamin C, stuff like that. I mean, we'll get sick or anything. Let's take a look and see what we have on Facebook while we look at the observations. Let's see here. 8 to 10 inches in Sullivan County, Pennsylvania. Yeah, there's still a lot more snow to go. Yeah, I don't really cover Denver. I got enough on my plate with New Jersey and New York City. But yeah, nice little snow shower there in Denver. A little bit more than I thought it was going to be. I mean, I thought maybe a flurry or two, but that's certainly more than that. Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't. There is a Denver and Lancaster County. Oh, I did not know that. 8.75 inches in Connecticut, Wallingford, Connecticut. We have about a foot of snow in Nassau County, Long Island. So we're getting a report of a foot of snow. Go drop by Twitch and let's see. Haven't seen snow in a while now. Do you think we are done? No, you're not. You're going to see mixing back and forth Philly weather. And honestly, I mean, good thing to know next time. I have to plan that out. Maybe just do 12 hours for part 1 and have to do more than 12 hours in part 2 rather than it just crashing on me. I think I'll do that. It's probably a better idea. Go that way. And just check to see if there's any emails. 1 second. One minute. Email. Okay. So we might have a special guest. We'll see. So again, here's our observations. Our winds are coming from north now. We're in the lower to mid 30s down here in southeastern New Jersey. Everyone else is in the 20s and teens, single digits. Still heavy snow in Belmar. Weather around here is fine. When do you think the mixing ends and stay all snow? Oh man. I think you're going to continue on this mixing until at least 10, 11 p.m. At the very end, it changes over to all snow again. We have to get to the point where we get the storm coming to an end and we get strong cold air transport at the mid levels. See, sleet has slowed down. Just begun heavier again. Let's see here. Stewart, New Jersey. 11.5 inches of snow, lots of sleet since 1300, now mixing sleet and snow. So we're seeing a lot of mix here, a lot of signs of that mix. So, yeah. About 10 inches in South Brunswick. Waves of moderate snow and sleet. This will wind up 12, 13. Amazing job as usual. I try. Look, I try not to get too far ahead because God knows I'll mess something up in the future. Let's be honest. It'll happen. Yeah, someone made a good point. You know, a lot of people were following along right about when it crashed. That's when the new game, the football game started. So you have probably a lot of people focusing in on that. Which is still not bad up against the NFL playoff game. I still got approaching 5,000 new on the second stream. That's not bad at all. Then I gotta find the second game. I think what is that on Fox? I think. Let's see here. We are doing well. All right, let's see on YouTube. What do we got here? We're in an Uber. Good luck on that. Shut it off now. I heard on my local news that the winter storm has a chance to be counted as a blizzard. I don't think so. Honestly, I don't. It's not going to meet the criteria where you need sustained winds over 30 miles per hour. You don't really see that in the observations. I don't think that's going to happen. I just got new surface observation. Our low pressure is down to 1,008 millibars. New observations coming in. That's what that bar means. Eventually. We'll wait. We'll wait to get to see it. There it is. Okay, and we are still at 14 in Trenton. Philly, we haven't moved much, 20. Not much change in the in the temperature field at all. Looks like our freezing line has really stopped moving. It just kind of stuck here. And we know that because Dover is still at 30. This updated 6 minutes ago. It's been 30 for, let's see here. It's been for the whole hour. It hasn't moved at all. And now we're getting more of a north wind. Be curious to see if we start falling again. Now we're getting more of that northerly wind. That's really going to kill your chance of seeing any type of, changeover. There it is. Okay, so let's see. We are now 2 millibars away from officially, but in reality, I mean, at the surface, it's pretty clear at this point. Our primary's here and getting ready to lift northward. Now, let's see 3-hour pressure change. Where is our low going? Okay, so this isn't always foolproof, but it's a pretty good measure. Is that when you start to see your pressure falls here, your low pressure system is likely to go somewhere in this spot here. Okay, and it's not precise, it's not like definitely here, but somewhere in this area here. So that means that these winds are going to start to back more and more to the north and northwest as we move on this evening. That is major change right there. And so what that does in temperatures, again, as the winds back to the north and northwest, this is going to be your source of the air mass, where it's like in the teens and single digits, bleeding right into the coastal plain. People can't spell anymore. Yeah. Went up to 22 degrees, risen 5 degrees. Coastal developing further south than originally forecasted. I don't know about that. I would say further southwest. There's probably maybe the coastal low was supposed to form somewhere around here. The European had it tucked in here. So we'll see if it tracks out here. We'll see how it evolves. Okay, let's see what we have here. Let's see. 14 degrees in South Brunswick. And we got, oh wow, it's getting hard to see. Wow, it is really snowing hard out there now at the Broncos game. 19 degrees here. Just came in from clearing about 2 inches of frozen smoothie, I guess. In addition to the 8 inches of snow, measured 2.3 when finished. Round 1. Right now, temperature 33, ice pellets falling, Barnegat, New Jersey. Sleet, snow, all mixed in South Shore, Long Island. And let's see here. North New Brunswick here. I bet that sleet amount is as much higher with compacted snow. Let's see. So, let's see if we got new HRR data yet. Playing the intense snowfall from earlier today in my head. That was crazy. One minute, client email or text. 1 second. Okay, so, all right. Ending between 11, 5, 12, 15. Oh, we got some more pictures as the sun is setting. Let's see what we got here. Sun is setting. There's a lot of snow just pouring down. And there's the back. And again, I know how tall this is. This is definitely pushing over 8 inches. Impressive stuff. Very impressive. Here's the new HRR. Let's see how this changes at all. Notice this now. The freezing line is no longer pushing northward on this. It just kind of stalls. And we just continue on with sleet and snow and freezing rain mix. There's the back end. And we're still setting up for around 11 to 12. We're ending this over much of Philadelphia, New York City. Connecticut, let's say about 1 to 2 a.m. Push over. So I just got a note from northern New Jersey, one of the plow guys I forecast for, and he's reporting well over 12 inches in northern New Jersey. We're talking about like Sussex County, basically in this area right here he's handling, and just easily over 12 inches. So there's a good chance that in portions in this area right here that people are going to go over, getting pretty close to that 20-inch mark if you're going to continue to have snow and sleet continuing all the way until midnight. So let's see. New update. Let's see here. Quick update from Northeast Philly. About 6.5 inches of sleet. And it's about 15 degrees, but some old school neighborhood help. Took it out. So around northeast of Philly, they're reporting 6.5 inches. Again, we're going to continue on. So we'll see what the total is around Philly. Again, about 2 inches away from that. So we'll see. We'll see how well Philly works out. It could be the case. Seen reports around 10 inches. Sleet and snow all mixed. Okay, so that hasn't changed. No changes in there. And let's see. Okay, no political talk. You will be kicked. That's your final warning. Strongest sleet of the day in Hunter and Warren counties. Worried about freezing rain. I think you'll be okay in Warren. It's sleet in Pennsylvania. Let's see. All right. There are some people who apparently are children. That's all I could say. It's seen some still in the 30s. No sign of any 40s until we get down all the way into southern Delmarva, down in Maryland. We've hit 30 degrees on the east end of Long Island. So that's certainly some newsworthy changes there. But our low continues to start to intensify. If it goes out in this direction here, you're going to start to see all these winds back to the north, and then you're just going to get the cold air just streaming in. And we're already seeing that in Poughkeepsie. So you're taking temperatures 6 degrees in Poughkeepsie and driving it right down the Hudson Valley, right into New York City. So that might be part of the reason why you're seeing your temperatures beginning to fall. All right, let's see, what else do we have here? Slightly under 10 inches in North Tinton Falls, a mix of sleet, still very fine snowflakes. Burnsville is coming in at 14. No, the snow in Denver doesn't have anything to do with what's going on with us or the upper level trough. Sleet, snow, all mixed. Let's see here. So let's back off and take a look at the structure here. And okay, so here's what's new. The old primary down here is fading away. You're getting a very disorganized low pressure system. Still around 1004, so it's still about 4 millibars off. The new primary is taken over. Get our ice rain line trying to push northward. It's going to start to stall as the new coastal low takes shape. A minute here. Let me step back here. Okay, so the back end of here is starting to collapse. Notice how this is starting to shrink. And it's going to consolidate back here with this feature right here and all of this pushing to the east. And we've crossed over 5,000, which is pretty impressive up against a football game, I'd have to say. Let's see, 2, 3. Just checking the email, making sure we're good. Let's see, on YouTube, let's see. Connecticut's reporting a foot. Because of the ocean. I don't know who's saying that, but that doesn't make any sense. Heavy sleet in Elmwood Park, New Jersey. Let's see what new. Yeah, again, you're going to just see a constant mix of snow and sleet all the way through this evening. So it'll go back to snow, back to sleet, back to snow, back and forth. All right. Had a brief mix of sleet in Rockland County. Never went all sleet back to all snow and pumping. So yeah, Rockland County, New York, all snow. East Stroudsburg, it came in for cleaning 10 inches. We're up to 13. Temperature warmed 7 degrees, up to 7 degrees. Barometer still falling, 28 degrees. Okay. Oops. Okay. And what else do we have here? Weird. All right, here we go. 12 inches in North Whitehall. So we're definitely pushing towards our verification. All sleet, sometimes heavy, since 2 p.m. in Old Bridge. Currently 13 degrees in Teaneck. NOAA is predicting my temperature go up to 28 by 1 a.m. I think that you'll get, I don't know about 28. I don't know. I think 20s. I like that idea. Okay. I'm just trying to go over new observations. We just got in. So let's go over it. Okay. And it is 5:37. So again, probably continue. Once I see the back edge of this, I'll probably shut down sometime around 11 p.m. I am going to take a supper break. I probably start ordering at 6. I don't like eating too late because then I get indigestion. It's the fun part of turning into your mid-40s. So we're going to go over this, and then we're going to order dinner. That is what we're going to do. So hopefully that loads, or I'll just scan. Oh, there it is. Good, it's up and running. So we're going to order dinner after I run through this. Now, our surface low is taking over. And as it's taking over, the cold air over here is starting to get pulled down. This makes the idea of our temperatures just north and west of the I-95 corridor of warming up anytime soon. And it kills any potential for us to rise to freezing. 20s around New York City, sure. But you're going to be dealing with a lot of snow and sleet in the meantime. We're not rising above freezing at all. I'd say from southeastern Monmouth down through southeastern New Jersey. This area here is your only area where you're going to be rising above freezing. Everyone here staying below freezing with constant snow and sleet continuing. So we're definitely locked in there. Our surface low is starting to intensify. And not seeing much change. Let's see, visibility still around half a mile, so it's still falling pretty heavy. You can start to see the change in our surface low evolution. Notice the winds are starting to come more from the north and northwest. So the streamline of our winds are starting to shift more towards this coastal low and away from the primary low. On the radar, our precipitation shield continues to advance. More than enough heavy precipitation here. Very impressive. Continue to evolve and take place here. I don't see any sign of any pivot or anything of that nature, which we shouldn't see. Once we get this low pressure system stronger than these, you'll really see the real shift in the transport evolution. Closer on the radar, let's refresh this real fast. Wave after wave of heavy precipitation. So again, this means you're having a lot of rising and sinking motion. So when we see this sinking and rising motion, we will put in around New York City. The question is, will you see snow? Yes. Anytime you have rising motion here, this amount of cold air is going to shift you right back to snow. Whenever you're out of that heavy band, you'll go back to sleet. And you'll see that all the way through tonight. Same thing around central New Jersey, say Monmouth County. Same theme. But that will reduce itself towards eastern Monmouth County. But central and western Monmouth County, the cold air is deeper, so you continue to see that shift back and forth of snow and sleet. As you head down towards Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Metro, same scenario. Now, you're getting stronger and stronger warm air transport, so it's making it more difficult. So you'll lean more towards sleet as we go through the evening until this starts to get cut off. So that continues to evolve as expected. On a water vapor satellite picture, let's refresh this. And there's our dry slot really starting to really stand out now. We'll wait for this to reload. Oh, by the way, that's snow. That's the snow's going on in Denver. That's this feature out here. Totally separate from the overall storm that we're dealing with. But there's our dry slot. Look how fast it's lifting through Ohio. And that's going to lift right in this direction here and cut our precipitation off this evening, which is why we're ending at midnight. And let's refresh this and see if we get new data. So again, this is starting to lose its organization. We now have a 2 millibar difference officially. So it won't take long for this officially to be pure primary. At 850 millibars, still have the primary low back here, but it's losing its influence. Still plenty of warm air transport, though. 925 millibars. It's losing it even faster. Okay. Okay. So we're seeing that even faster. New update. Yep. See if there's any new Mesoscale discussions. Nope. Looks up. There we are. Let's see. Concerning heavy snow. Let's see. So this is for Connecticut, basically all of New England, back through the Hudson River Valley, northern New Jersey. Let's see what they have to say. Heavy snow will continue for northeastern Pennsylvania to New England this afternoon into the evening. Widespread heavy snow is ongoing throughout the Northeast. Will continue into the evening. Numerous 6-hour snowfall amounts of 8 to 9 inches have already been received from Long Island to Connecticut, supporting a mean snowfall of 1.5 inches per hour. Given radar intensity trends, much of this is likely came in the last 3-4 hours, suggesting snowfall rates near 2 inches per hour are likely ongoing. Expect these extreme rates to continue for the next 3 to 4 hours in Connecticut and Massachusetts. That's going to get you up to that 20-inch mark that I was telling you about. Let's see. As frontogenesis continues over northeast New England, thereafter continued heavy snow about 1 inch per hour continuing through the evening, with deformation band pivots across the region. Now, I mentioned the deformation zone setting up. So, you might be wondering, deformation zone, what do you mean? With the Miller B, when you start to get this shift towards the coast, you get a stretching in the atmosphere. So, let's go right. Okay, so you're starting to see that stretching take shape here. Okay, a lot of lifting and divergence here. Deformation axis. Okay, so you have it along the coast, which is natural. This is starting to grow out here. So that stretching is starting to show up. What you'll see at here, this back end here, is this start to really intensify and push east. That's going to be the last shot. This is the evolution for our shift back to snow at 10 to 12. From 10 to 12, as the snow marches in, as a really intense burst. So what I'm looking for, yeah, there it is. It's starting to take shape. You're going to see frontogenetical forcing at 700 millibars. Taking shape even more at 925 millibars. So as this starts to evolve, this mid-level low at 900 millibars and 850 millibars is going to break up into more of a trough. You're going to get your new mid-level lows out here this evening as you move forward. And this is going to lead to a very strong sign of strong frontogenesis. On the model guidance, okay, on the HRR, let me refresh this. That's this. Okay, so sorry, that's this right here. I would not be surprised at 10:30 that instead of a mix, this is a solid line of heavy snow that just marches its way across from west to east. That's what I see here. I think this is going to change back to all snow. Given the Arctic air, given what we're seeing and the lifting parameters, this is going, and you're going to see your temperatures tumble right behind this. This could get a little interesting as we head towards the latter evening. Now, let's see if we see. So the bulk of our 700 millibar warming is coming to an end. That's surging northward. So I think we reached the apex of warming at 700 millibars. At 850 millibars, get the right damn thing. Our advection continues here very strong. This is leading to some very heavy precipitation. There's our cold air transport back here, setting up, getting ready to drive. So once this starts to take shape, you're going to just get this tumbling effect of temperatures at all levels of the atmosphere. And then let's go to 925 millibars advection. And that's starting to really show up as well here. So we're coming to the end of our drive for warm air transport. And that's where we're at right now. And that is why I think that this is going to get a little bit more interesting this evening. We have our mix continuing. This is going to start to stall. Continue on that snow sleet mix. And away we go. And let's see what we have here. Around 9 inches in Old Bridge, snow and sleet. Heavy sleet in Flushing. Heavy snow still coming down. Can confirm a foot plus in several spots around the yard. Temps have finally reached double digits on local stations. Thanks for your great work. Find you this year, and you're simply the most reliable meteorologist. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me just make sure all the subscribers are good. That looks good. Okay. All right, good. Let's see here. Cleveland, Ohio doesn't look like lake effect. It's deep. Okay. I never said the snow was going to be over at sundown. I don't know who you were watching, but it sure as hell wasn't me. I was pretty strong winds and drifting here in Lebanon, New Jersey. Observations here. What do we got here? In the forecast area, but friends show pics incredible. In Nashville, thick glaze on the roads. Oh boy, that's not good. Came back inside. It's still sleeting in KOP. Let's see here. I'll be 43 in April. I can't remember ever getting this much sleet in my adulthood. And in Crawford, New York, 11 inches as of 5:40 p.m. Heaviest snow of the day, falling past hour. All right, so there we are with our observations. Confirmed 12-inch plus in Blairstown, New Jersey. So yeah, it's just coming down. It's just really setting up. Approaching 6,000 viewers back. There we go. Now, while we're waiting here, let's see. Is there any news with our 18Z and any of the model guides here? I just want to check to see if there's any change in the next couple of days. What I don't want, looks like for the rest of the conference, I get a nice little break. Well, that's good. Now, this is concerning. I'd keep an eye on this for next weekend. I want to see, you know what, let's see 500 millibars. Where are you? Okay. Pull this up. Yeah, this I'd watch. It's a little bit further east. If this ends up a little bit further west, this could be a problem for us next weekend. Plenty of blocking available. Hopefully it gets pushed east, but concerning. We'll have to keep an eye on this. That is going to be a problem. We got a couple days to keep an eye on it, but interesting. What other observations? So it looks like we're good. And so we're going to continue on with our live coverage, but I am going to, give me a second. I'm just going to go in and set up to be able to order. And then after I order, we'll continue on. But I need to clear this out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, maybe I won't be able to order dinner. We'll see. It doesn't seem to be open. Okay. Looks like New England. Oh, wow. There's only 2 minutes left. New England might win this game. This doesn't surprise me. I'm surprised it's such a low score for New England. But okay. Mom's a little concerned. We'll check it out. All right. Wow. I'm surprised New England. What a year. Temperatures climbing quickly. 33 now sleeting. That's. Where is that? Belmar. So, yeah, Belmar is definitely on the way up. 28. 33, right, probably right on the beach. Sleet continuing. Finally got up to freezing in Dover. Hopefully we can get above. Not much happened in Columbus. Well, that's good, right? We don't want ice down there. Unfortunately, this is just pile driving into the southeast here. This is going to be a major problem of sleet and freezing rain in the Carolinas. Not good. Let's see, how is the Carolinas doing here? We're in the 20s with that coming in. That's going to be trouble. They don't handle sleet and freezing rain very well. Well, it doesn't really work out anywhere very well, but especially not in the southeast because there's no salt or anything to really handle that. Kind of surprised we don't have any. Oh well. See if there's anything new with our radar. So right now we're going to be stuck in this, and then we're going to wait for this main event to really start to evolve. This is going to turn into one big trough and march its way across. So we're waiting for this to take shape, really. Right now, we're kind of stuck in this wave of sleet and snow back and forth. The rain ice line or rain frozen precipitation line, that's going to start to slow down, like I said. But we're waiting for this final deformation zone to really take shape and march across the northern Mid-Atlantic and New England. That will be the end of our storm, but it's going to be a hell of an end to the storm because it's going to really push, I think, a burst of intense snow marching right across the region at the very tail end of this. And we'll know that for certain. I mean, oh, wow, look at this drive. Look at this drive north to the northeast here. Beautiful. Beautiful dry slot. Really is going to set up the parade of snow and ice here. Yeah. Just checking it on clients. 1 second here. Not bad. Okay, good. All right, we're good. So, again, oh, hold it. This is new. 925. Look at this process now. A new 925 millibar low is starting to shift towards the coastal plain. It's right over, basically, just south of Philadelphia now. But this is moving due east. This is interesting. We're starting to see our shift. Let's see what it looks like at 850. 850, still a little bit more bending here, but still this is still pretty solid. 925. So what you'll see is this become more of a trough here, and you're going to start to see these winds begin to back. And this is why we're going to see, this is why our snow and sleet line has basically stalled. And you're going to start to see this start to back. This might get interesting really fast. There's our coastal low. Now this makes a lot of sense. So why the 925 millibar low here? Extratropical storms, they're slanted like this. Well, or I'm on the camera, so they're like this, right? So your surface low, then your 925 millibar low, then 850 low. So as this low takes shape, 925 low here, this is going to move east as this moves east. Then the 850 low is going to take over here. So don't be surprised in the way that this is shown in the observations that you go from here to here with the 850 low, trying to catch up with the surface low as this surface low takes over. I wonder. Let's see if we can catch that here. Let's see, 1,000 millibars. Not high enough. At 850, see how this is kind of getting warped? Watch for this to try to jump in here as our surface low takes over here. We no longer have a really well-defined circulation anymore over the interior. It's clearly just starting to collapse here, and the surface low is clearly taking over steadily. Looks like that's it. New England won. New England's going to the Super Bowl. Have we gone into a time warp? I mean, God bless them. But New England is back in the Super Bowl. I never thought I'd say that. Who would think that at the start of the season? New England. Wow. You know who's got to be really upset? Buffalo Bill fans. Holy smokes, that's crazy. Sleet in White Plains. Oh, that's interesting. So we got sleet in White Plains now. 6 p.m. update in Summit, New Jersey. Sleet mix still about 9 inches, 14.25 in Mount Peter. Central Park, hope Central Park can update, maybe report 10 inches after it's all said and done. May hit 32. Let's see here. We got other updates here. So here we go. 5:40 p.m. Another inch of sleet measured. Total so far 2 inches of sleet, 5.8 inches of snow, so about 7.8 inches total. And continues to pour sleet and snow in Lake Pine. 6 p.m. update. Heavy sleet continues. 11 inches of snow until 1:40. 1.4 inches of sleet. 12.5 inches of snow and sleet. So that is on Staten Island. Let's see. Well, we'll hope Central Park will see 14.25 inches. Mount Peter, 9 inches in Summit. And a half inch more at 5:15. Currently 7 inches total. Still sleeting. So we're getting there. All snow in Rockland County again. 13 inches in pouring snow. So yeah, it's definitely pushing over there. So it's coming up to 6 o'clock. I'm going to do a little bit of a dinner break, and let me see here. Order my dinner and then go down and pick it up. Hopefully, if it's up and running, we'll see. Okay, good. No. Let's see what they have here, shall we? Okay, so they have food here. We're going to order dinner, and then we're going to take our break. So we'll order dinner, go down. At 6 o'clock. So while I'm ordering it, we'll continue to stay live, and then we'll take a break. I don't hate Boston. I'm just saying, surprising. What do you have for Camden? Because I'm still not seeing any plowing. Oh, that's not good. Getting slammed in Freehold, intense snow and sleet. Wow. So Freehold is pretty, it's definitely piling up there in Freehold. Rockland County border with New Jersey, 2 passes of shovel. Looks like another time, been over a foot of snow. Eat a nice meal. I'm going to find something good. I don't trust any pizza. I know. I'm bad, but I don't trust pizza unless I'm in New Jersey. That just looks like cheese and bread. Let's see. I think I might do. Let's see what we got. I gotta stay. I can't eat anything that's junk foodish, because then I get indigestion, and I don't want to do that while I got what looks like to be an impressive end to this storm at 11 o'clock tonight. So I do not want to have any stomach issues. So I think we'll add chicken. Yeah, we'll do a Caesar salad. Usually, the Caesar salad last night was pretty good, so we'll do that. No, I gotta stay away from spices. Let's see. Okay, I think we'll do, yeah, ribeye steak. You know what? That's actually a good idea. We're gonna do a steak. I think I earned a steak. What do you guys think? Steak? Steak. Good. Yeah, that looks good. I mean, I probably won't do the asparagus, but hey, mashed potatoes. I like that. I'm gonna go there. Those ribeye steak, Caesar salad, a salad. So I have some greens and steak. What do you guys think? Good. Uh, oh, thank you very much for the tip. Peppermint patty. There we go. Very cool. Only in New Jersey. I can't do spicy. Trust me, that's not good. Gotta clean my nose too. I hope I'm not getting another. Are you sick? No, I'm not sick. I know what it is. It's very dry in here, and my sinuses are not handling that very well. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm in Houston, so don't worry about that. I'm actually in a hotel right now. I'm at the AMS meeting, so that's why. Okay, so we'll definitely do. Everyone agrees steak is a good idea. So let me put this in, and then we'll cover this. So that looks good. Do I want anything else? Let me see what they have for soda. No, no, no. Do coffee, I think. Yeah, I'll just stick to water. Okay, I think that's good. So go there, check out. We'll be ready in 35 minutes. So make sure that's good. Make sure this good. And we'll fill this out. Okay, oops. Steven, and then last initial D. Okay. This, I'm gonna put that. Just filling stuff in. That, next. 1 second. Good, good, good. Payment. Room charge. Let me go 11070. D Martino. Process. And okay. So about 35 minutes in the lobby. So let's see, about 5:40. See, so about 35. Let's see here, 5:40, 5:40 something, so 5:50. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Let me clean my nose so I don't clean myself up here. And be right back. Bathroom break. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we will go to about 6:50, 5:50 my time right now, and then we'll take an hour break for dinner. But I'll put the radar on and then put the timer on and mute this. So that's where we're at with that. As we approach 6,000 followers watching. All right, so let's see where we're at here. Observations 13 inches so far in South Brooklyn, and we're heading towards the upper edge. Tons of sleet in Fair Lawn, New Jersey. Here's dumping in Chester, New York. Let's see here. Let's see that radar. Wow. I mean, that's impressive. There we go. Thanks for the update, so I don't have to get up and look. Do you know when New York's state of emergency ends tomorrow night? I'm not sure. Will the last shot of snow you were talking about be all snow in Ocean County? I think it'll start off as heavy sleet and go over as heavy snow, and then end. We'll watch to see just how far south this band gets. So we'll update on that as we go forward. So it could just be extended where the band takes shape and it marches, like let's say from central northern New Jersey through New England. I'm not sure if it gets as far south. See, we're at 34 now. Still, Philadelphia is at 20 with sleet. 24, 19. Let's see, what do we have here on YouTube? Get the steak. I did. King, right? I just cannot. For sure, there is no plowing. Wow, that's insane. Let's see, temperature 14 degrees right now. Hey Steve, this is Bob. I live up in northern Wayne County in PA. We have around 2 feet on the picnic table in the backyard. There we go. I mean, maybe in the in some locations we overperform. Wow, this is really becoming. Still only 12 degrees in Union County, Route 78. Let's see if we got a new HRR here. We're going to take a look at some of the mesoscale models. We'll look at the NAM, the HRR, and the the new one, RRP, whatever. Okay, so here's the progress of our storm. And again, we stop warming. Our freezing line stalls. And here is the end of this. Now, I would not be surprised that this just features crashing temperatures and this whole thing transfers over to snow at the very end. And just a heavy burst. The way this is playing out. In the pocket right now, nothing happening. Okay, hold it. Let's take a look. I wonder. Real fast. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. in a very short past. Let's see here. Chance the there. So it's a very short break. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, just answering a client question real fast. Where was I? Right, model guides. Okay, so this is the HRR. We'll go back to regular, and so we see how this evolves here. Between 11 p.m. and midnight, it really blows through. But this last piece during that 11 o'clock hour is really going to be impressive. Now, let's see what the RRFS does. And again, it does the same thing with the stalling and the freezing line. Wintry mix all the way through. Now, here's the back end from 9 p.m. to midnight. See, this is what I'm concerned about. This is very heavy precipitation showing up here. And this is going to be snow, sleet changing over to snow as this is marching through. And then clears out. And then it's just bombing here in New England. I would not be surprised if this goes over to snow. If the lifting is that strong. So we're just going to have a grand finale marching east from 9 p.m. to midnight, and then it ends. See, 1 a.m. we're pretty much over, everyone. And the NAM, let's see what the NAM does. 18Z is coming in, or has been in. Yeah, the NAM's making this mistake. Throw this model out. Burn it, please. Let's see what the FVE does. Let's see here. This is kind of like the high-res GFS hourly. Now, this is too warm, but you get the idea with how strong this is at the back end. Let's see here. We'll pull up a couple of other high-res guidance. A little bit older. Yeah. So far, the best one to handle what's going on is the HRR and the RRF. As far as connecting to reality. I would say another I'd say this would probably be how fast it's moving, probably another 1 to 2 inch burst. And then we'll come to an end. Let's see. We got more observations here. 15 inches in New Haven, Connecticut's going to might get that 20-inch snow. 7.5 inches of snow and 2 inches of sleet on top of that since the changeover, so about 9.5. And 9.5 inches of snow and sleet in Metuchen, New Jersey. Sleet continues to fall at a steady clip. And new observations, getting more of that northerly flow. So look at this. Look at what we have now over central Pennsylvania. Now that northwesterly wind starting to take hold. Northwesterly wind around the Delmarva. Northerly over Maryland. Snow continuing. Probably snow sleet in here. Sleet in JFK. Look at the wind starting to back to the north. So our surface low is clearly taking hold here. It's currently coming down as snow here in 412. Okay, that's for sure. Wow. Let the games begin. Nice. What is what? Let's see here. That is probably some sort of bright banding, maybe snow sleet. Let's take a look. Let's pull up the radar. We'll go back here. This is very heavy precipitation. This has got to be heavy snow and sleet. 15 inches in Pottsville, PA, and still snowing. This is definitely heavy snow and sleet. So someone's about to get smacked over here. Very heavy precipitation. Let's zoom in. This is just marching its way across. The question is, are we seeing intense snowfall or are we seeing intense sleet and snow? Any way you slice it, we're about to have a lot more accumulation on the way. And that's heading straight for the New York City Metro. That's heading straight for Manhattan, JFK, all of Long Island. It's just marching right across. Oh, hold it. Let's zoom in here. There's our dry slot. Okay, so here's the deformation zone starting to form. There's the dry slot. Here's our continuing precipitation. So probably between the steady precipitation we have now and the finale here, you'll probably get a little bit of a lull, and then it marches right through. And let me just check to see any update on my dinner. One second. One minute. I'm just checking in to make sure dinner. Okay, 31 degrees, a mix of rain, sleet, now mostly rain, in ocean. Avon. Okay, that makes sense. We got 7.5 inches of snow, sleet, and lovely Avon. There we go. From the ocean. Let's see. Great job. From Chester County, we should be worried about power outages. It's a possibility, but that threat is reducing. More sleet than anything else right now. 11.7 in Hudson. Croton on Hudson. There we go. One minute, just answering question here. The annual meeting has started. yeah, it sure has. Stand by, just going over some stuff here. Right. Let's see. Okay. All right. So just double checking. Sorry about that. Just had to answer a couple questions for client via email. So that's what I did. And probably about another 20 minutes, I'm going to go. And let's see here. It's about 6:30, so 6:50. Let's shoot for a return at 8 o'clock. So that'll give me a full hour once we get to 6:50. So not right now, but at 6:50, I'm going to go down, probably more like 6:45, and come back at 8, get a nice dinner, eat, and we might have a special guest. So that'd be pretty cool. Let's see. You absolutely deserve a steak. The service that you're doing. I appreciate it. Thank you. That radar is definitely wrong. Yeah, this radar definitely, yeah. So here's the thing with this radar. The only thing I really trust is this right here. The rain/mix. This is definitely snow and sleet. So in terms of between frozen and non-frozen, this does really good job. In terms of the type of frozen, snow or sleet, I wouldn't trust it as much. What I would do instead is study what the observation, what the observations are showing. And so that's why I'm always concerned about showing the radar, especially the radar like that. But sometimes it's the only way to illustrate exactly how the storm is taking shape. The fact we're seeing drying here, this is showing that the evolution of our final surge is starting to take shape. Our surface low is gaining more influence. You see that even more so. This is just going to start collapsing, and this surface low is going to take shape more and more. That's also showing up at 850 millibars. Very nice process. 925, even more so. So yeah, the process is beginning where the coastal low takes over. And that's where we're at with our winds too. So you can literally see the process starting to take shape here. So this evening when we get back from 8 to 12, so there are 4 hours of streaming of live coverage, this feature will push out. You'll start to see the cold air come in, and the back end of this storm will be this stretching right here, marching its way across. And what you'll see is, let me zoom out here. Sorry about that. Come on. I had to wait for it. Sorry about that. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what you'll see is this start to have a separation between this band. This band will become very strong, marching across through the mid-Atlantic, through the northern mid-Atlantic and towards New England. This feature will become a separate feature for a short time as this all cuts off. This will continue on through the evening. We'll see it kind of back off from 9 to 10, right? And then this feature comes in 10 to 12 right across the region with heavy snow. So if you see a lull, and we'll have a low from 8 to 10, we'll see this lull back off and precipitation become very light, but that's not the end yet. The end is that one last surge. Oh, okay, the order is ready. All right, 9:35, 6:35 here. Let's see, 5:35 down there. Okay, since my order is ready, we're going to come back at 8. I'm going to leave the radar like this, mute this, and we're going to start the timer. And we'll come back, not 8 o'clock. Well, yeah, 8 o'clock. I'm getting all confused because I am in a different time zone right now. Okay. So it's 6:30 there, or 6:36 there. I'm going to be back at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock my time. Like that. Okay, so let me go and I'm going to mute this, put the timer up. Let's do the timer right now. So there's that. Let me fix this, edit the timer. We'll do, switch this, let's see here. And we'll do 8 p.m. Eight. There, 8 p.m. Boom. Okay, so we'll be back. I'm going to grab dinner, enjoy it, and we'll have a special guest possibly, and to talk about what's going on at the conference. So I will be back. In the meantime, enjoy the radar. All right, figured come back a little bit early because I'm done with dinner. Got water, very good. It was very good steak, very good. We might have a couple of guests come in, some students. So that'd be pretty cool. We'll see. Let's see here. So we're going to check out the latest updates, but and then we'll go back and take a look at social media, and we'll go from there. So it looks like everything is live. So we are back. So we're starting to see an end. So let's dive into here and see what we have set up since we last left. Now we're at 0Z data. So this is an 8 p.m. data, 7 p.m. data, should I say. And 1,008 millibar low out here. Our winds coming in now more and more from the north. Temperatures at 21 in Philadelphia, mid-30s in southeastern New Jersey. Everywhere else is in the 20s. Got up to 30 degrees on the east on Long Island. And the cold air is surging southward. Now we're starting to see more of a northwesterly wind. On the radar, let's refresh this real fast. And you can see the back end. The worst of this, you see the dry slot pushing in. Notice the ice, this rain ice line is stopping now and starting to pivot. So now we're starting to get our cold air transport locked in. And you can see the lighter end here, and here's our last surge. Here's our deformation zone that's set up here and starting to march eastward. Our coastal low is starting to take over. It's getting there, still a little bit more focused out here. But you see the storm is coming to an end. This is clear. So we got probably another 4 hours of coverage. And then I think we'll be done with this storm. You can see the heavier precipitation. You can see there's our dry slot back to the west here. So we continue on with our heavy precipitation. Between, let's see, this is we're entering the 8 o'clock hour. Between 9 and 10, we'll probably see a nice lull take shape. All driven by this dry slot right here that we've been watching. Right there. So it's rapidly pushing east as a result. And so here's the big news. Here we go. 9 to 25 millibars. Our low pressure system starting to shift towards the coast. Remember what I said? It was going to start to make that jump. And now we're seeing that jump. That's why we're starting to see an end to the wintry mix line moving all that much from this point on. And 850, that's starting to jump as well. What's probably going to happen is that this is kind of like an amoeba, just kind of leap towards the coastal plain. And probably shift towards southern New England, and you're going to start to see these winds shift to the west by doing so. So here is our old 850, the new 850 starting to take shape here and getting ready to shift towards New England as our surface low is lifting to the northeast. Again, an ex-tropical storm is not vertically stacked; it's tilted from the surface to the interior. From the surface to the upper levels, from southeast to north, southeast to northwest. So basically, your surface is here, 925 is here, 850 here. I'm gonna drink more water. Yeah, no more coffee or caffeine going forward, just water from here on out. So we're seeing this process take shape, and our primary here is starting to take over. Here, let me go and go full ConUS. And it's pretty much there. 1,008, 1,008. We've gotten to the point where the primary is no longer just here. It's now shifted to the coast. So now we are at that point where we no longer are supportive of warm air transport over the coastal plain. So let's take a look and see what that looks like. and we'll do the advection, right? So it's 700 millibars. Strongest warm air advection is now in New England and starting to dissipate over the mid-Atlantic. So we have our sleet and snow mix in, but that's pretty much it at this point. 850. There's our warm air transport coming to an end, right? It's getting ready to make that jump. So you're going to see this whole thing shift east, and our cold air transport following behind it really quickly. And the same thing at 925 temperature advection. Strongest advections over the Atlantic. Oh, we got a visitor. 1 second. Be right back. Okay, coming. Hey, how you doing?
I made it.
Hello. All right. So, figure we have you introduce yourself. We're in the middle of our live chat right now. All right, so we have a guest. We have a student guest here.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. So, introduce yourself.
So, hello to the live chat. My name is Ben Tomford. I'm actually local. I'm from Central New Jersey. I'm just outside of Princeton, in West Windsor. This past December, I graduated from Penn State with a bachelor's in Meteorology and Atmospheric Science. And I'm here at the conference to explore new opportunities in the field. I'm also here to listen to some great talks and learn about some networking opportunities. So,
all right. So how was the interview so far? Everything?
Yeah. So today I interviewed with the NWS. They have some jobs opening up in some of their offices. This is some in the Midwest, in the Upper Plains, and really just getting a feel because the NWS is finally reopening their job pool after having a pretty big freeze.
So here's the cool thing about the National Weather Service is that especially if you go to Alaska, see, here's the thing, right? You go to Alaska, you only have to stay for like 2 or 3 years, and then you can go to anywhere you want in the whole country.
That's right.
So if you don't mind not seeing sun for 6 months,
there you go.
It's not too bad. But if you can get in, it's great, you know. And so what did they tell you, like as far as, because this is actually good breaking news, because a lot of people are concerned about the government and this and that. What did they tell you with the National Weather Service? What was the overall thing?
The overall idea really is that this is their first ever hiring event ever at an AMS conference. So really trying to recharge and revamp themselves because they haven't really seen changes this drastic and trying to more unify things because obviously political stuff and whatnot.
Right.
I mean, trying to at least opening up their job pool and allowing young meteorologists to get opportunities within the government has really been beneficial for them.
So have they mentioned anything about AI as far as like using that for observations and stuff?
That I'm not too sure about, but it definitely probably plays a role in their model analysis and data analysis, especially with current storms and with obviously the introduction of AI models.
Because of lately they've been pushing a lot of especially the GFS AI now. So,
of course.
And there's been a lot of talk about setting up, getting the observations via drones rather than sending people.
Yes. There's actually a talk I went to after the hiring event. This was presidential sort of deal, and there was a bunch of panelists, and they did mention AI in the talk. Yeah.
Nice. So there's a lot of changes going on. Obviously, I've been here doing the live coverage all day since I don't know, like 5, 6 a.m. As far as the benefit at the AMS, have you seen a really good benefit for your opportunities here?
Yes, I think that being at this conference, not only are you amongst your peers, you're amongst students, professionals. Everyone has that same love and passion and drive for weather. And really getting to display it through talks, through meetings, through even coffee breaks. Again, getting the chance to talk one-on-one with others, network that way is really beneficial and very eye-opening for us because, again, it's a tight-knit community and bringing everyone together, even amidst the winter storm, has been fun. And obviously, it's been a great time.
So, as you guys can see, because we know we have a lot of young meteorologists that follow along, a lot of teenagers and whatnot.
For sure.
The AMS, if you could join, okay?
Yes. I used to be a co-president of a chapter It's the local New Jersey chapter, the NJ NYC Philly chapter. Highly recommend joining that if you can. It's great. They put on lots of programs, Zooms, in-person meetings with NWS, career professionals, academic professionals, and that's really how you step your foot in the world of meteorology and how you connect with others. Eventually make it to a meeting like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is, like, I'm not going to lie, it is expensive.
Yes.
It's expensive.
It's a price.
So,
for sure. I had to, at least last year, I got reimbursed by the university, but this year I'm on my own. So,
right. And so
price.
the whole thing is that you have to look at it as an investment into your career.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
you know, kind of like as a business expense. I mean, that's
sure.
how I'm running it. So that I would suggest you do the same as a business expense.
Yeah.
You know, actually they have that in the IRS form when you fill it out, put in your dues, and put in a trip like this. That's all tax deductible. So there you go. I learned that the hard way via the IRS, which is a lot of fun. They're like, yeah, this is tax deductible. I'm like, I'll take it. That's awesome. So what is your goal for the rest of the meetings?
So for the rest of the meeting, again, there's going to be a lot more talks opening up starting tomorrow, I think around 8:30. And really going to each of those talks is kind of a little nugget, a little bit of information spat at you. But you can really take that in and have the opportunity to ask questions. And again, talk with others about not just the AMS, but about weather, basically anything in the world of weather, forecasting, research, AI, stuff like that, and get to know your peers as well doing professional development.
Absolutely. And I'm going to be one of those talks talking about AI. We're going to actually take a lot of the experiences that we've been working out here and compare the AI and what the AI model guidance was doing compared to what the observations. And the one thing we've learned is that the AI doesn't understand the concept of Arctic air.
No.
But same thing with the operational model guidance for the most part. As the cold air has really held on for this storm, there was a lot of talk of temperatures rising above freezing in Philadelphia and New York City. As you can see here, we were about 10 degrees off in our high temperatures.
Wow.
Like Philadelphia, New York City was at 28 for a high, forecasted high. JFK was at 32. Central New Jersey around Wrightstown was 36. Is at 26. Philadelphia was supposed to be at 28. It's 7 degrees off. Right. So the Arctic air really pulled a number with this storm.
CAD.
Absolutely. So let's see here. I think I asked all the questions. So what are you looking for in terms of your career? So there might be some prospective job seekers out here.
Yeah. So in my career, operational forecasting is what I've loved to do as a kid. I used to be the class meteorologist, predict winter weather, snow days, all sorts of stuff like that. But through internships, connections, opportunities, I've really kind of also developed a love for forensic meteorology, which is looking at past weather events, such as a slip and fall accident. Maybe someone slips on a patch of black ice and, hey, they want to go to the business owner, they want to sue them. So looking at the meteorological data, what was the temperature? Could black ice have formed? Sun angles, stuff like that. So that's another one of the things I'm really pursuing. And this past summer, I did an internship with Sinclair. So that has to do more so with the digital world. Lots of Instagram reels, posts, blogs. I worked on the green screen a bit just for public speaking wise in case I want to go into broadcast. So really just diversifying myself through communications, forecasting, and also forensics. That's what I want.
So if anyone wants to reach out, social media?
Yes, through social media. My name's Ben Tomford. I'm on Twitter, X, BTomfordWX. My email is ben.tomford@gmail.com. Again, last name right here, basically that, @gmail.com.
Okay.
So again, you can also find me on LinkedIn. I'm there too.
There you go. You see?
Exactly.
So if you need a meteorologist, you got one right here, ready to go.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
So we got the football game up, and all hell's breaking loose. Seahawks. The
is
Patriots are going to be going to the Super Bowl again. I cannot believe
Again.
this. You know?
Just
So.
like the 2000s again.
Well, all I could say is that
2010.
enjoy the break while you can. The Chiefs are coming back next year. You watch. So, pull up a seat, and we'll go over the live coverage here. There you go. Yep. And you can pull right up over here. We'll take a look at the live coverage, and we'll take a look at the latest observations that are going on. It's evolving here. And, of course, we're going to also check out our social media. So let's jump to some of the chat room here and see what we have here. Let's see, as 6:30, this was a while ago, hour and a half ago. As of now, 7.5 inches before the changeover, 1.5 inches of sleet. So definitely it has verified there. 10 inches in Queens with heavy sleet. This is about an hour ago, 15 inches in East Stroudsburg. Apparently we have to check out the 18Z Euro. We'll do that later.
Maybe a coastal storm.
Oh boy, that's the last thing I need. It better not be on Friday.
Another one. Gosh.
What I love about this storm was having heavy snowfall with a temperature range of 8 to 10 degrees. Extremely uncommon for northeast New Jersey. It's definitely true.
Yep.
I think the last time the area received 10 plus inches of snow with temperatures in single digits was February 1967. Too bad sleet had to move in. 8.8 inches officially in Central Park. So we have verified the low end of the forecast. And it continues to rise. It'll probably finish up at 9 or 10 inches by the time we're done here. No, it's not freezing rain. 8 inches of freezing rain. That'd be no.
Crippling ice storm.
Let's see here. Pink on the radar is freezing rain over Philly. Well, see, once again, that's pretty much sleet. Radar, let's see, right here. Okay, so a lot of this is sleet, okay, with the wintry mix. When it goes to red, it's supposed to be freezing rain, but I never trust this thing. For these snow maps, it does pretty well with the freezing and non-freezing, but not very well with between snow and sleet. It just doesn't do a very good job at all. But we are certainly seeing plenty of frozen precipitation, 14 inches at Rockland. It is heavy snow again. The end of the storm is going to add significantly to the totals. I think so. I definitely think so. Someone's going to get 20 inches easy. Let's see, up to 16 degrees in Union County. Big warm up there. Very heavy precipitation. Looks like snow, but sounds like sleet, so probably a mix. Okay, so we're seeing the end of our storm. Nice dry slot here. Look at this. Look at that, just driving right through. We're actually watching right now the transition of our mid-level and surface low. We have officially seen, let me see here, where are we? Our coastal low is finally taken over. Okay, this low is fading and weakening rapidly, and we could really see that here in the upper level, in the low level winds here. Here's a cold air just streaming right in as our coastal low is just off the New Jersey coast, and our cold air starting to bleed in. And let's see if we've seen any change at 8:50. And we're starting to see that shift. It's just trying to bleed towards the coast again. And so away we go with that. Let's see what that looks like. At 8:50, fundamental change. We used to just have this focused on here, driving all the warm air transport. That is coming to an end, which is why we're not seeing our snow sleet line moving further north. So now we're getting ready to see the snow falling back. On our social media, let's see what we have here on X. Well, we have a lot of updates on X. Holy smokes. So let's see what we have here all the way back. Wow. Let's see how far. Okay, it should be about here. Okay, so 9.5 inches.
Almost 10.
Yeah, almost 10. And 11.7. Okay, Staten Island. Here we are, brand new. So 7 p.m. So this is about an hour ago. Staten Island is reporting sleet, about 9 inches total of snow. Let's see. Born and raised right, but became a Cowboys. Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see. So we're going to check the sleet line. Is it actually dropping south? Well, let's take a look here. No, I mean, it looks like it's stalling, but it's still trying to push northward. But again, this is all just going back and forth between snow and sleet. But here's the back edge of our storm. We'll probably get a nice lull from 9 to 10 over the region as that precipitation comes in. Yeah, definitely we're going to get a nice dry slot coming through. Let's see. 7 p.m. Been flipping back and forth between snow and sleet the past couple of hours with results of around 0.8 inches of accumulation. Let's see here. New snow total 14 inches. Snow depth about 5 to 18 inches. So it's really good to get these observations. And sometimes you can't take them for it. Oh,
Anthony Petrocelli.
we have a client call. Put you on mute. We'll be right back. Line. There we go. We're back. That was fun. Before we go forward, I just want to share some pictures my wife sent. And, oh, geez. Well, I'm going to have a fun time coming home. Wow. Now, look, here's the thing, right? I know how deep this is because I know what the height is of this. This is easily 8, 9, 10 inches. Easily. Oh wow, yeah. This is actually 12 inches. It's still going here. It's definitely a mix of snow and sleet. Susan's reporting sleet pings off the window and also
Yeah, that's
snowflakes.
what
So
my
it's a
family
mix.
told me too.
So this is definitely a foot right here. Okay, I know this for a fact because I measured it. Because I'm a nerd like that. Like, let me see what the height is and use a comparison. This is impressive. This is definitely a foot of snow in here in Freehold. And there it is. I don't think my car is moving anytime soon. Wow. Wow. Well, that is some really impressive stuff there. So let's go back to the observations here. Middletown, New York. We'll start saving this and just, you guys can go back in the feed and pull it up. Gusty winds are starting to report. Now, you're seeing the gusty winds because the coastal low is taken over, and now you're getting the cold air pulled in towards that coastal low. So you're going to see the winds increase from the north and the northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. And you can see that this is definitely sleet on top of this. You can tell the crusty sign of it. Let's see, 0.8 on the board, total of 9.3. Don't you wish you were there?
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a lot. Just measured 12 inches on my deck at 7 p.m. So, again, these observations, you can't take them as official, but at the very least, you kind of get an idea, like, all right, they're somewhere in the double digits here in these regions. So, we have a total of, including sleet, 12 inches in Port Jefferson, Long Island. Sleeting since 3 p.m. Had snow on the ground, and some reports of various media seem suspect. Not to be too critical, but it seems like some reports may be snow depth versus snow total. I've seen 5 to 7 inch variations across northern Orange County. Okay, so I could explain this real simple. There's been a lot of banding. So in one county, you're easily going to get a wide range of snowfall totals, easily 5 to 10, because you had snowfall totals of 2 to 3 inches per hour.
Right, lifting versus sinking.
Right, exactly. See, we've been talking about that all night. Temperature's starting to drop back down. This is at Belmar. So you see the cold air transport starting to take over. Still light sleet in North Tinton Falls. Let's see. All right, let's see. We're starting to catch up to our observations. Let's see here. Tori says had about 10 inches of snow and 4 inches of sleet starting at 2 p.m. Roads are a mess. So that's a total of somewhere around 14 inches of frozen precipitation. Now, see, the National Weather Service, sometimes they separate it in sleet and snow, and sometimes they combine it.
Yeah,
there's no real rhyme or reason to it, which can be a real pain in the ass. Arctic tundra officially sees Staten Island 9 to 9.5 inches. Wow. And I'm telling you, we definitely have over 10 inches in Freehold. I can tell you that right now. 11.5 inches in Brantford, Connecticut. Let's see, 10.5 in the park. Oh, all right. Jeff Smith is reporting 10.5 inches in the park. Well, let's see. All major climate stations, Central Park, 10.6 would be a record. So let's just see if we get verification from that. 1 second. Let's see. Not only do we have more northerly and westerly components of the winds, we drop 2 degrees. No, I think that everything opens up on Tuesday. If we were in Oklahoma, it'd be closed till next month. Back to moderate snow with some sleet mixing in upper Manhattan. Past 6 minutes. See, what does the Apple Weather app use? I don't know. I think
I think I deleted it off my phone.
I think the Apple Weather app uses crack and cocaine, or perhaps meth, for its forecast. I don't know. I don't want to know because I don't ever want to make the mistake of
Meteorologist's worst nightmare.
It's just a disaster.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to the National Weather Service real fast. I just want to pull that up and see if we have measurement official. Let's see, Mount Holly. This is about 5 minutes ago. Allentown 11.5, Atlantic City Airport 6, Philadelphia 9, Reading 9, Trenton 8.6, Wilmington, Delaware 6.5, Mount Holly 9.3. Let's see if we have others. So that's what they have so far out in Mount Holly. I want to get the New York City one. Because if that's the case, we have a record snowfall, which then not only did the forecast verify, but okay, so this is 11 minutes ago. Let's see what's being reported here. So definitely over a foot throughout much of Connecticut here. That's clearly in place here. New Jersey, we've gone over a foot in a lot of northern New Jersey, northeast New Jersey, 8 to 11. Hudson, Passaic. Passaic is up to 14 inches. Union's 10. Okay, now New York. The Bronx, 13.5 inches. Kings, 11.3. We're getting there. Nassau, 12. New York City, Manhattan, 13.1, in Washington Heights, and Central Park, 10.6.
Look at that difference.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to sleep well tonight. I was so worried. I'm like, oh, I'm being aggressive. Everyone's walking up to me. Steven, that's really aggressive. You're really being really pushy with the snow. How's it going to look at this? Beautiful.
Yep.
10.5. Richmond, 12.5. Man, Staten Island got bombed. Rockland, Suffolk County, 13 inches. And it's still snowing. So, this is impressive stuff. I got to see Mount Holly if it has come out. Let me go back here. Let's see if they've released. Let's see your South River, Burlington. Looks like they haven't put it out yet. I'm going to have to find the PNS when that comes out for Philly. So, basically, it's official. Forecast verified.
Yep.
I'm happy. There you go. Let's see. So client. So this is the client dashboard. This is, of course, we have to read this. Still thumping in Connecticut. Someone's going to definitely think 18 to 20 inches. Looks like it. 10.8 in Newark. Wow. And again, we got another round on the way. So let's zoom in on this. So now our coastal low is officially taken over.
Right.
And what we're watching here is this band right here as it's marching eastward. So this is going to start to drop towards the coast. We're already seeing our temperatures start to fall. And we're just going to see a rapid fall here in southeast New Jersey. Everyone else, obviously, at this point, we're all staying below freezing.
Correct. Very
clear. The Arctic air has won this fight. And now I want to see if we have strong front of Genesis start to show up here. It's still lifting northward. There it is. There it is. There's my stretching starting to take shape. So there's the 925 millibar low jumping. And you're starting to see this take shape. And I wonder... There we go. There's the stretching starting to take shape. So this is definitely just going to be marching its way through. Susan's reporting the backyard disappeared. No more backyard. It's just all snow. And so with that stretching taking shape, this is going to continue to march eastward. We're going to get a little bit of a break here. Well, let's take off the winter mask here. So just a minute. And you can see how this is all evolving. Our storm is going to have a bit of a break, and then we're done. So 11 o'clock here, 12 o'clock back east. This storm will be pretty much done, and then we can start to do the real cleanup.
Right.
Now, let's see what is everyone talking about with 18Z Euro.
Right. Yeah.
So we'll pull this up, and we'll take a look at 500 millibars. And there's our storm now. It clears out. So Thursday, Friday, this looks good. I can go home.
Yep, same.
But thank God. But what in the hell is this? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, okay. So it takes this vort. It's a little questionable. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, you certainly have a perfect ridge axis out here.
PNI.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's trouble. Great. I fly home on Friday to have to do live coverage all day, Saturday and Sunday? I'm never going to sleep. I'm not going to be able to sleep till March.
It's awful. The winter that won't end.
Oh, wow. All right, that's trouble. All right, let's see what the surface representation here of this. So there's our storm moving away, which, by the way, I should note, Euro was too warm for this storm. So let's just be honest about that. All the guidance was too warm for this storm.
Yeah, the sleet line hung around.
Okay, now, where is this? Oh, jeez.
Gosh.
Uh-oh. You know where this is going to go.
Yep.
Right up the coast.
Yeah.
And look at that, 997 millibar low. Jeez, no. All right, let's see how cold the 850s are. Oh, no, I want spring, damn it. My wife is not happy about this. Oh, no. Oh, no. She's like, I'm done with this shit. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Well, first of all, we got pure Arctic air. Oh, wow. Yeah, so that would support snow ratios again over 15 to 1.
Exactly.
Pure Arctic air diving in. And this is the type of signal here, if it remains. This is the type of situation where you can see it starting to go into a negative tilt.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
You could see the ridge axis
thrown back in the cold air.
And this right here, this will support a lot of convergence and confluence, which means you have a strong high pressure system locked in. Yeah. Now, let's just see if that's showing up on the AI guidance here. Maybe it won't. Maybe. Oh, no. It looks pretty similar. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Oh, God. I'm never going to sleep. It's over. I'm just going to stay awake.
We complained too much about winter, and now winter's here.
Yeah, you see, you guys
complained about winter, and now look, it's here.
How many complaints have you gotten? We're like, where's the snow?
I think everyone at Penn State, they all like, where's the snow? Where's the snow?
Are you happy now?
Yeah,
it won't stop snowing.
Exactly.
All right, so let's see what it does with this. So the Arctic air is in place. We get a little bit of moderation, and yeah, it's all snow. This is all snow. Maybe it pushes too far east. Maybe. That is definitely all snow. Oh no. I love you. Get this BS together. But I'm hunting for the Easter Bunny after this. Well, maybe this pushes too far east.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it all stays to the east. 6-hour precip. Well, right now it's too far to the east, but it's a little bit too uncomfortable for my liking.
Yeah, not many. Northwest tick.
Oh, jeez. And this would be a bomb too, because it's moving slow and it just keeps on intensifying. Oh no. Blow it. Push east. Go away. This would be let's see, hold it. Let me see the structure on this. So we'll switch back. Go here, good, and then let's see, 6-hour precip. Here we go. So this would be more. It's not pure Miller A. One minute. 1, 2, 3. Fine, I'll just go this way. So let's see what this actually looks like. East Coast. Let's see the actual storm structure here. There you go. This would be, I wouldn't call it a Miller B because there's no redevelopment.
No transfer.
It's not a true Miller A either. I mean, I guess you could call it a sub-Miller A type storm because you're not getting the low-pressure structured transfer. It's just one storm. So once it forms, there is no like waiting for 850 or any of that. The storm is a storm, which makes it easier to forecast for, but it has the potential. See, my concern with this, if it takes shape here on the Gulf Stream, this thing's just going to explode.
Rocket fuel, right?
Oh boy, yay! So it would be a type of Miller A. So this has the potential. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I'll put it that way. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. We'll see what the data says tomorrow. 10-inch plus sleet in West Stamford. Let's see here. Still some sleet. So trying to gain some ground over 10 inches. Jeez. It just keeps on adding up. And on YouTube here, just watched a live cam walk through downtown. Tons of sleet, freezing rain. Doesn't look fun. Definitely verified in Philly in years 8 to 16. Unfortunately, 2 to 4 inches of sleet to go with the 8 inches of snow. Still coming down Clifton. Boy, oh boy, it is looking good. So yeah, there's a good chance of seeing more snow on the way. But for this storm, we got one more really nasty shot. We still have waves of snow and sleet continuing. And put back on our winter mask. Yeah, this has stopped moving north. It started to make that pivot and shifting. And our temperatures are pretty much now holding steady. Looks like the Seahawks are pulling away here.
Yeah.
So Seahawks versus Patriots.
Rematch from. Yeah.
I'd probably go with the Seahawks on this one.
Probably. I feel. Yeah. Patriots had a weak path to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. But hey, they won.
But exactly. Game's a game.
Yeah, I would just Seahawks. I'd protect your quarterback, so that way they don't get hurt. Jeez. But yeah, okay, so the back edge is rapidly approaching our first back edge, and then our snowfall. Let's go and shift westward here. There's our deformation zone trying to develop. Not really well organized, to be honest with you. Okay, let me try. Here we go. Now it looks better. So this is what's going to be marching through and ending everything.
Yeah.
Not incredibly impressive, but enough. So you can certainly see the potential here. Some heavier bands of snow as this comes marching across to the end here. So there is our dry slot. Let me go back here. Again, throughout the New York City metro, very heavy snowfall. So this is why I warned people. I contacted a lot of clients because I said, look, you expect a lull, but it's not over yet. One more shot, because you don't want them to go out and then they get hit
and all for them to do it over again.
Do it all over again. Exactly. Measure 12 inches by, say, 9 inches of snow, 3 inches of sleet, and Lakewood. There we go. In some cases, we have overperformed. Like in Lakewood, we were thinking 6 to 12. I didn't think we'd get on the high end of that, but we definitely did. Lakewood went over. I mean,
overperformer.
There we go. That's impressive. This area really, really went over what was expected. Just checking the emails here. How much do you think we end up with? Let me just answer this. Average around 1 foot. So I got one client that's in Monmouth County, and
Gotcha.
He's reporting everyone's a foot. And here's the thing, like a lot like the National Weather Service and whatnot, they really backed off on the snowfall totals, which was...
They had big totals at first, and they really cut them back.
They cut them back, and now they had to raise them up, which...
Inconsistent, pretty much.
Here's the thing. I try not to question forecasters overall. But the process here was definitely questionable in that, why did you drop it? Is it based off of model guidance? It looks like that was it. And that's something that I think in our industry that we have to learn how to go over.
Right.
That just because the model shows something, there should be a little bit more thought process involved in it.
Yeah.
But, at the end of the day, we'll all learn from it. Oh, we got more observations here. That's the northeast corner of New Jersey. 8 p.m. versus 8. Wow. Just impressive. Here we are, 8 p.m. That was 8 a.m. Just how much snow is just really just added up here.
Yeah, there you go.
Impressive. So are we ready for another one?
I mean, I'd be up for it. I mean, it depends. I missed this one. I haven't seen a huge storm all snow since 2018. That was my last big storm. The 4 nor'easters of March. That was.
I know my snowplow guys are not going to want to hear that. Excuse me.
Winter lover versus winter,
I mean, it means a lot of snow, but the problem is that they
Exactly.
have to get their equipment fixed, and that's going to be an issue. Let me refresh this. Come on. There it is. So, yeah, definitely looks like we're coming to an end here. So, do you have any questions or thoughts about the storm or anything? Or
So not really thoughts. I will say, did have a measurement from my dad back home. He measured about half a foot, but that did not include the sleet. Um, I'll also say, continue join the AMS. Join again. There's a local chapter in the New Jersey area that I co-found as my with another president. And again, the AMS is a very great community. It's a great community where you can meet professionals, network, develop, and again meet great professionals like Steve over Zoom. And it was great to speak with him then. Great to speak with him now. Again, he does great work for great people.
thank you. All right. So, we're going to take a small break, and then we'll be right back. Okay. Take a mute. All right, we're back. That was pretty cool. So, as you can see, we have a lot of students here. Right now, it's the student section. A lot of the other meteorologists are coming in tonight and probably tomorrow, especially in the Northeast and in the Southeast. It's going to be tough to get here right now. We're seeing a lot of lightning now starting to show up to the south. Yeah, our coastal low is definitely taking shape now. Look at this, down to 1,005 millibars. A little bit of snow down here and around Oklahoma. That's all they need around Arkansas. But yeah, clearly now the worst of our storm is starting to come to an end here. Let's see. 20 inch. Well, one thing's for sure, this is pretty much locked in the winter forecast, 100% verified now at this rate. I mean, it's completely done. See, just need one storm. There we go. Let's see here. 10.5 inches of snow, 0.3 inches of sleet in North Haventon, New Jersey. Thankfully, we didn't get any freezing rain in the Philly area. Yeah, so am I. Just went sleet. Wow. A whole backyard in Freehold is completely buried. So let's see here. So that's pretty cool. Now you see, like, some of these young meteorologists. Could this possible upcoming storm be more powerful than the storm that is occurring today? If you get a negatively tilted trough, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely it can be. It would just be a total and complete mess. Pretty much. But I think the good news is that we missed the worst with the potential for freezing rain here. So that's certainly some great news. Nine inches of snow along. Cool. It's crazy how much snow we've had here. So just to look back, comparing to the observations so far, Zone 1, 100% verification. Zone 2, 100% verification. Zone 3, verification or above. Zone 4, verification or above. So this I would call definitely a 99%er. Because for going above, we had to take a little bit off. But this looks like definitely worked out very nicely. What did a Euro ensemble say? I'll dive into that later. I'm afraid to look. Hold it. This is the wrong one. Let's see. No, I think it's members. That. Here we go. All right, so let's see if it's gone out far enough yet. No, it's not. It's still coming out. It hasn't come out yet. 12Z, though. Z was east. So let's hope the 18Z does the same thing. But I don't have all the data yet, so we'll hold off on that later. You did say before heading to Houston you were worried about that time period. I know I did. I mean, I've been warning people. So yeah, not a surprise. Let's see. Another message. Let me just make sure on this. Nice. Okay. Looks like everything worked out. Thank you for the message. All right. So let's see where we're at here. So we're approaching now. Everything's going to shut down for a short period of time. But this is not the end. It's the lull before the final round. And there it is. Now, the hope here is that this continues to lift north and misses most of us. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate it. Looks like Seattle's trying to come back. No, he needed to, because right now, from 8 to 9, they're doing more meet and greet and a poster session. This is really important for the college students because they can meet other prospective employers. So I knew he had to leave around 9, 9 here, 8 approaching 8 here. So that's why he went. So that's good. Hopefully he'll have some opportunity. What would you say the models have the most struggle with when it comes to what we just went through? Yeah, easily Arctic air. The models really struggled with the Arctic air. Hey, Steve, updated snow in Keyport, 10 inches. There's about 7 hours of moderate to heavy sleet. Temperature 23, Dewport 21, northeast, gusting to 35. Great coverage today. Thank you. All right. So I think we're right at the edge of this. We're nearly done. And then we can go and rest and get some sleep. And I'll probably pass out and go to bed. Thank God. I need some sleep, man. I got up. Let's see here. Again, we're in Houston right now. So we're 4 a.m. And we're ending this 11 p.m. my time, 12 a.m. your time. So right now it's 8:50 over there in New Jersey, New York. So now we're at the point here that we can go to 15-minute intervals here. Here's the new 0Z data over the next 18 hours. So we're pretty much done at midnight. So there's our last surge coming through. And then after that, some flurries, and that is about it. And then we're done. On to the next storm after that. So let's see. Yeah. Steady snow. Yeah, this is all working out pretty nicely now as a final end. Winds are coming in from the northwest. $925 millibar low is now jumping to the coast. The 850 millibar low is jumping to the east of the Appalachians now. And a nice southwesterly wind. Here's the end of our storm at 700 millibars and 500 millibars. In terms of pressure falls, there we go. There's our low, 1,006 millibars, getting stronger. On YouTube, let's see here. So we are done here in Lower Bucks. Not yet. One more surge, you're done. Lower Bucks, I'd say 11 p.m. Make it end. I understand. Midnight, this is over for everybody except for Long Island and Connecticut. You guys are done at 2 a.m. So Central and Eastern Long Island and Connecticut, 2 a.m. you're done. Everyone else, midnight. Let's see here. Everything you said came true. Thank you for your time today. If you have to go out, be safe. The roads are really bad. All right. New NAM shows more after tomorrow. No, I don't buy it. I'm going to throw that. Just take the NAM and burn it. Been catching up and heard you say the models were too warm. I have to say, I think the UK Met of all models handled it pretty well 24 hours going into it. Considered central doesn't mean so central Long Island. I'd say between JFK and Islip, you're ending from 12 to 1 a.m. Go from there. Starting to get freezing rain mixing in at Mount Laurel. Thank God the freezing rain didn't really come to play. Thank God too. Yeah. From Freehold. All right. Make it stop. Make it stop. We got a foot of snow and another couple of inches of sleet and ice in Keyport. Is the snow going to keep happening? Yeah. Oh, and Mark. Oh, in Georgia. Hell, we don't really follow in Georgia, but let's take a look what's going on down there. It looks like mostly rain. Looks like the snow, whatever snow you guys had, it's come to an end. Let's see here. Looks like with the new data, the precip coverages, and it doesn't stop until the last piece goes through. No. All right, let's go see. Let's go walk through all the mesoscale models. So this wave phase comes through. It gets a little light, and then the last piece ends. Again, midnight. Honestly, for Long Island, now that I'm looking at this, maybe the 1 a.m. even for much of Long Island. Connecticut, maybe 2. So Long Island probably coming to an end between 12 and 1. So let's take a look at, hold it. Let me go back and fix this there. Okay, now let's take a look at the RRFS. And this one, same thing. 11, 12, 12 o'clock, you're done in Long Island as well. Connecticut comes to an end. And that is about it. Excuse me. Then after that, just kind of spitting snowflakes here and there. Let's see. And then NAM. Let's see what the NAM does. The good old NAM. Ends it and then tries to expand it. When did they end this model again? You know, a lot of people are leaning on the NAM because it had finally one good solution. And then everyone's like, but the NAM. Yeah, but the NAM's being discontinued for a reason. Need to protect my throat. A little sore there, so I'll fix that. Good night. We'll take one more day of the same to this. Just measured another 0.7 inches of sleet. Grand total 8.7 inches. 15.8 in Chester, New York. Let's get ready for the next one. But first, you, sir, need to sleep. Yeah, I know. Believe Stephen, before we all collapse. Hold it 1 second. Thank you once again. Thanks for all your hard work this week, and hope you have a great event in Texas. Philly, 10 to 11 inches, a bunch of sleet. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I am definitely tired. I'm trying to push myself to the very end of this. But we'll get there. The NAM only had 5 inches, by the way. On the radar, it looks like the back edge of snow that is supposed to come through later is drying up. There might be some collapse to this, which I would definitely favor. Let's see. So maybe, let's zoom in here. Yeah, I'm tired. I am going to sleep so well tonight. So, we're no longer free. Look at this on Long Island. It's getting colder here. So we have the back edge here and here. It looks like this is breaking up more. I'll take it. I'll take it and run with that. Absolutely. Winds are now coming due north. Philadelphia never got anywhere near freezing. I'm curious about New Jersey here. Come on. Yeah, so the freezing line's got to be somewhere around here. So it's right about here, and it's starting to fall back. We're in the 20s here, snow and sleet continuing. The Arctic air won. At the surface, the Arctic air won. Let's see what this looks like on this UT. How are you feeling right now? Exhausted. Let's see what this looks like. Southwest New Jersey. You can see the influence of the Arctic air. The mid-levels support the wintry mix. The lower levels supported the hanging on of this remaining snow and ice. Central New Jersey, well, let's see, southeastern New Jersey, the coast. That's where we finally went over the rain, not by much. Central New Jersey, more than cold enough. Impressive setup here. It really played out nicely. It was. Let's take a look at New York City. I mean, just now, if we do get the type of storm that showed up for next weekend, then there's a good chance you're just all snow and heavy snow at that. You don't have to deal with this at all. Now it's just a matter of watching. Yeah, I know. No one wants to see the winter. Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a winter, it's for sure. One thing sure, the winter forecast is definitely verified. So our hope here is that this continues to lift off in this direction, and then we can say we end this early. That would work. That would certainly make me very happy. I think it's pretty much over for southeastern Pennsylvania. South Central, let's say South Central Pennsylvania. Pretty much done outside of a few snow showers. Let's see. New Mesoscale discussion. Let's see if we got anything new here. So now they're focusing the heavier snow here in New England. So again, my idea that Boston could push 24 inches, I think is going to work out very, very nicely. Barnegat finally went over the rain, but it's mostly light. Helped to clean up a bit. My app says 10, 15 years. That app could go straight to hell. Oh, man. If I hear one more my app, all I got leading up to this, well, my app says only 4 inches. Why are you going 8, 10, 12? Take that app and throw it in the trash. We did get a couple inches of sleet. I had to clean 3 times. Glad I did because the last round was like rocks. But we might be seeing the very end of this for Philadelphia. We might be seeing the end of this. This might just focus to north of Philadelphia. And even that's starting to really break up. This is really starting to shear out. I wonder me try a different level. Well, first we'll see. This is the mid levels. Yeah, that is rapidly lifting to the northeast. I'm curious. Let me pull up the low levels here. Let's wait for this to animate. Oh, wow, this is a close game. Rams, Seahawks. This is a close game. We got still a whole quarter left. Yeah, lower levels, you can see the really dry air here. Let me fix this. I got an idea. Northeast. Let's zoom in on this. Come on. We're waiting for this to load. There we go. Yeah. So that's what looks like it's happening here. So this is really coming to an end. So it's 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock here. And it looks like our storm may be coming to an end a little earlier, which is great news. So if this collapses, this would be really, really good news for us. Really good news for me because I'm going to bed. Let's see, storm total. I'll share this again. 8.4 inches near Pennsylvania Turnpike, Lancaster. 6.5 inches measured at 11:30. Change of sleet, 1.9 inches measured at 8:30. So there we go. 16.4 Mount Peter, Warwick. And let's see here. Yeah, it did it. So, I mean, to recap, YouTube is acting up. Uh-oh. Let's check YouTube. Is everything okay? Looks like it. Okay, so it looks like the chat had some issues. We're back up and running. So it looks like we're starting to come to an end here. We're running into a little bit of issue with the buffering. YouTube's good now. Looks like everything's back to normal. Okay, so I tell you what, so that way we don't lose each other again, I think I'm going to start wrapping this up. So here we are, we're at the back end of this storm. The steady, heavy precipitation is starting to push out. Just a heads up, there's a chance that the feed could crash. If it does, everything looks like it's doing better. If it does crash, then we'll just end it. So we'll go until either the storm's over or everything crashes. It could just be that, you know what it is? It could just be that, you know, we're using a lot of bandwidth. So we could be coming, that could be an issue here. Or it could have just been a little glitch, who knows? Looks like it's going to be done in Manhattan in the next 30 minutes. 14 inches in Brown, New Jersey. Let's see here. Where are we in New York City as far as temperatures? LaGuardia 23. 18 in Teterboro. Just continues to pour snowing. Let's see here. Looks like the worst is coming to an end. The back edge here for this phase is over. We're going to keep an eye out on the final phase here. I'm going to make sure that this actually completely collapses. This is the last feature here that we really have to watch out for. And then we're done. And it looks like it's lifting more in this direction here, which is fine with me. So, got this feature out here. All right, so video and sound are fine here. Okay, good. We did get a couple inches of sleet. Let's see. 22 in Flushing. So the idea here worked really nicely. The whole idea was this. The front wave of snow would get me to the lower end. I was confident of that. So 8 in New York City, 12 to the north of the major cities, 8 on the I-95 corridor, 6 to the southeast of the I-95 corridor, and 4 inches on the coast. Once I got that, then any snow sleet above that could add up. And that's exactly what happened. Steady snow over the interior, easily push up to 20 inches. Snow and sleet on the I-95 corridor. In many locations are pushed over a foot. Close to a foot just to the southeast of the I-95 corridor. And some areas have pushed over 8 inches on the coast. So the reason why I went with this is that with an Arctic air mass, the idea that you just go to sleet to rain was unrealistic. And it defies what an Arctic air mass is, right? So the idea was that this is probably going to be a mix of snow and sleet, and you're going to see the accumulation build up. And that is essentially what we saw. We said this at the very start of this storm. And that's where we're at right now. And that is where we're at right now. Final update in Staten Island. Let's see what we got here. So total reports of 9 to 12 inches across Staten Island. Okay, enough Arctic news. What do you call a snowman in Florida? Puddle. You know what? Let's go check to see if we have any updates from National Weather Service. Boston's getting bombed right now. Throughout Long Island, let's see here. A lot of snow in Connecticut. Newark's at a foot now. Wow. There's a lot of locations around New York City and Newark's at a foot. That I'm just loving that. That is some impressive stuff. Just taking a look at the observations here, see what else we got. Mm-hmm. 8 inches around Delaware County. Not bad. Not bad at all. See, I knew it. There, it's trying to refire. This is starting to trying to refire. Let's see at the. Well, maybe it's not that bad. We'll see. We could definitely say the worst is over for southeastern Pennsylvania. Lancaster, Reading, pretty much shutting down now. The steady snow is shutting down in New Jersey, seeing a lull take place. And yeah. So I'm going to let my. I'm pretty confident at this point that our intense band is collapsing and lifting to the northeast, which means I can start shutting this down. Yeah, that works. Let's see real fast. I just want to see what this. So there's our band, but look at this moving more northeast than anything else. I think this is going to miss the major cities. We've got 10 inches, 4 inches of sleet, which forced it to get over 36 degrees, but didn't get above 30. Yep. Knew it. So let's drop a message to our still guys, and I think we'll call it a night. Right? Right. I think that's fair. We'll keep an eye on this for a little bit longer. Okay, so. Good news. New York. Followed by scattered snow showers until 12. There we go. So copy, paste. Good. Okay. There we are. And we'll send it to the clients. And we have sent that all out. Okay, with that. Okay, happy clients all around, especially with the idea that the snow is coming to an end. So I think with that, marathon man. I love that. That's awesome. 17 inches in summer New York, mixed with sleet for maybe 30 minutes. Wow. Storm total 8.1 inches in Princeton. Let's update at 9:15. 13 inches in Staten Island. Well, we did it. So there is the final piece, but you'd see it's mostly lifting to the northeast now. This feature right here. So we'll have scattered snow showers and then it'll come to an end. And we'll just verify one more time with our HRR guidance. Yep. This is, yeah, here it is. It's come to it. I'm just loving this. I'm going to stick around will stay online, but got an itch in the middle of my back now. Great. But yeah, we're at the point now where we're definitely seeing everything starting to come to an end. You can see what I mean. Look on the chat on X. Okay. I will look on the chat on X. Let's see here. Thanks for your hard work. Philly, 10 to 11 inches. Passion drive and many pots of coffee. That is true. That is very true. Especially the coffee part. I am pretty much ready to fall asleep. After this, I'm just going to crawl right to the bed. Done. Probably run a little late tomorrow with updates. I think that's understandable. But you can see the main snow batch here is now lifting up into central New York here. This tail end is pretty much the last of it. Everything else is rapidly coming to an end here on the Jersey Shore. So now it's just a lot of scattered snow showers at this point. Which means that the snow removal guys could start really catching up ahead. And look at that now. Now we're starting to see our temperatures fall back. As the cold air comes in, air storm pulls away. Okay, the snow will fully be done as far as like snow showers and everything by 1 a.m. Roads are a freaking mess. Roads tomorrow are going to be ice, just a complete mess. So tomorrow morning's rush hour is not going to be pretty. That is for sure. That is something that, yeah, not going to be good. No, travel's not going to be easy. Hopefully everyone can get out as far as the planes and whatnot for the conference. You know what I mean? Yeah. So at the weather conference, nice forecast. As close to 100% verification as you can get for a snowstorm. And our precipitation is coming to an end. Nice little heavy, burst at the very end, but coming to an end nonetheless. I just want to get this off the coast, and then I'll shut off. So once I get this off the coast, I'll feel a lot better. And I can say, okay, that's it. Done. It's almost there. See, this is as of 9:20. So let me refresh this again. Let's see here. Somebody on the Discord is saying that the storm busted. You're out of your damn mind. Trippy. Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me get out of that. That's funny. Oh, man. Wow. I love it. Oh, wow. Our surface flow is down to 1,004 millibars now off the coast. Officially taken over as the primary. You were supposed to be above a foot. I don't know where you live, but go away. I'm tempted to say something here, but I'm just going to leave it alone. How about I found your page and entered a storm? I'll tune in from. Thank you. I appreciate it. Is a secondary wave that is still down south going to. No. Everything else, everything's pushing off the coast now. 18 inches in Pittsburgh. Well, there you go. I don't know. Some people somehow make this out to be like. Great. Let's refresh this. Somehow someone's complained that they got a bust because apparently they're the only ones up here. They only got 10 inches, which I have a hard time believing considering all the other observations. Okay, we're almost there. The band is pushing off of the New Jersey coast. After this, it's just spitting snow showers, and then we'll call it a day. The primary lifting now is heading up into central New York. That's left here. We'll get redevelopment out here. Boston still has a long way to go. Connecticut still has about another 3-4 hours to go of snow. Long Island, you'll be done in the next 2 hours as this marches through, but the worst of it's pretty much coming to an end. You cloned yourself. Oh, that was funny. That was a trippy look. I still can't get over that. That's just wild. Last measurement of the night here in Columbus, New Jersey, 9.6 total. And let me go back here. Let's see if we have. I'm dying to see something in New Jersey. Let's see here. Gloucester is about 9 inches. Berks, that's. Let's see. Okay. Okay, here's the Philadelphia one. Is this? Yeah. Okay, so Delaware as of 9:15 p.m. So this is where we're at. So this just came out. 6.5 inches in Kent County in Delaware. Newcastle 9 inches. Sussex 4 inches. There's that as of 8 a.m. So I'm willing to bet there's a lot more than that. Considering the rest of the counties. Maryland, basically around 6 to 8. And New Jersey, here we go. In Atlantic County, snowfall ranging anywhere between probably 6 and 7 inches. Burlington County, anywhere from 6 to 10, almost 10 inches, 6 to 9.5 inches of snow. Camden County, 6.5 to 8.5. Not bad. Cape May County, okay, 5 to 6. Gloucester, around 9, 9.5. Hunterdon, 10 to 12, say about a foot. Mercer, around 9 inches. 8.6 in Trenton. Okay, it probably has to get updated a bit, so we'll probably wait for a final update on that tomorrow. Middlesex, 10.7. Here we go, Monmouth County. Howell, 11.8, so only 0.2 away, and that was at 5:30, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're at 12 at this point. Freehold at 8:20 came in at 11 inches, so 1 inch away from being a foot. But, hey, I'll take it. Ocean Township, 10. Keyport, 10. Long Branch, 8. So Monmouth County either was on the high or mid-range. Morris, 14 inches in Randolph. So anywhere between around 11.8 to 14 inches. Ocean County, anywhere between 9 and almost 11 inches. Salem, 10. Somerset, 11.5. Sussex, 17. 17 inches. That may be your 20-incher up here in Stockholm, because that was at 5:30, and we know we've seen more snow since then. Warren's at 12. In Pennsylvania, 12.5. Bucks, 11.8. No 20-incher. I'm looking for that. Plenty of teens. Not getting any 20-inchers. Philadelphia International, 9.1 inches. 16 in Northampton, around Bushkill. But right around Philadelphia County, anywhere between 6 and 9.1 inches. So generally verification throughout. But hey, I'm not surprised at Freehold at 11 inches. Not at all. So there we have it. Let's see here. Final snow report, North Brunswick, 19 degrees, 10.2 inches of snow. So there we go. Let's refresh this. And as of 9:30, here's our band, just about ready to come off the coast. Everything else is very light stuff after that. It's all marching in, coming to an end. Thanks for the awesome coverage. I don't know, but as usual, you are spot on. If anything, Zone 4 overproduced. 8 inches of snow with an additional 3 inches of sleet. Cold air won the fight for the most part during the precipitation that mattered. Rain was very light. Steve, amazing coverage and forecasting. Good night from Columbus, and good luck at the AMS. So I think at this point, I think we'll come to an end, and I am going to take well-deserved rest. Okay. So thank you for following along. I really appreciate it. You're still alive. Yep, I'm still alive, but I'm going to be coming to an end. Hopefully the next one's going to hold off until maybe Friday or maybe Saturday or Sunday. Friday cannot be Friday. I need to get home. So I would hope for all snow. North Brooklyn, 10 to 12 inches. Recorded 9.1 inches. I missed the last 4 hours of your coverage, but I was here for all part 1 and the crazy YouTube fail. Thank you for your coverage today all week long. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to definitely come to an end because my eyes hurt. And then the next storm, we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, thank you for following along. And as always, Let me get off this screen. This is bugging me out. There. And as always, stay safe out there.